the late 10th century, Cordoba stood along a broad, steady river. Brick quays edged the water, and lamps burned with calm oil. Workshops, markets, and study rooms filled the walled city's inner streets. In this setting, Al-Zahrawi practiced and wrote about surgical work. His approach joined careful tools with written steps in plain order. The focus stayed on method, not display or stories. River hush moved under the keystones and carried through the alleys. The city's layout supported quiet, regular care. Courtyards opened to rooms with plaster walls and reed screens. Water jars stood in rows near basins and clean benches. Storage niches kept bundles of linen and sealed jars of oil. Small schools worked beside mosques and libraries under the same roofs. Study rooms held low desks, trays, and lamp hooks. Footsteps softened on tamped floors as workers moved between doors. Al-Zahrawi lived and worked within this routine world. He practiced medicine and surgery under the rule of Cordoba's court. Sources place his life across the later 10th and early 11th centuries. He noted cases, instruments, and rules in a large medical manual. The goal was steady practice, guided by lists and tested tools. He favored simple language and clear hands-on steps. The city's rhythm shaped the pace of his work. Writing guided the hand as much as any blade. The kit included a reed pen, a penknife, and a smooth board. Paper sheets lay weighted at the corners to prevent curling. Ink sat in a small cup with a cover against dust and heat. Notes followed a firm pattern: title, tools, steps, and cautions. Margins stored units, timings, and simple drawings for placement. Paper rustled softly as a page turned in the shaded light. Tools rested in rolls of leather and small wooden trays. The basic set included scalpel, probe, hook, and forceps. A scalpel means a short, sharp knife for precise cutting. Each piece had a place and a method for cleaning and storage. Edges met a whetstone, and then fine leather for final polish. A soft cloth wiped oil from hinges and joints after checks. Metal rang lightly when a tray shifted on the bench. Heat tools required control, not force. Cautery irons rested near a compact charcoal brazier. A brazier is a small open heater for coals. Tongs moved each iron from the bed to a testing pad. Leather showed harmless darkening when the heat reached the mark. Touch time stayed brief and measured in steady counts. Charcoal glowed with a low red breath while the iron cooled. Air moved quietly through the screen and vent above. Thread and needle turned bleeding into lined order. Curved needles sat in a waxed pouch beside measured coils of thread. Catgut means animal gut thread that slowly dissolves after tying. Silk thread served where removal later was planned. Knots followed a set sequence to keep even pressure and hold. A narrow clamp steadied edges while the needle passed smoothly. Waxed thread slid with a muted rasp against a leather test strip. Rooms for care were simple and easy to clean. Low beds and benches lined the walls below steady lamp hooks. A basin sat near every work surface for water and washing. Clay jars held oil, vinegar, and mild plant rinses. Linen cloths folded along a shelf, facing outward for quick counts. Intake lists recorded time, age, and simple signs in short lines. The air carried a mild mix of oil and wet clay. Pharmacy work sat close to surgical space, yet stayed distinct. A mortar and pestle stood on a thick board for stability. Scales with small weights measured powders, salts, and resins. Recipes named items in round ratios that students could remember. Heat came from a small brazier set away from fumes. Salves cooled in shallow dishes before sealing with waxed cloth. A pestle turned in a mortar with an even, slow rhythm. Instrument upkeep relied on craft beyond the clinic. Local smiths prepared steels, tempers, and careful joints under controlled heat. A bellows kept the fire steady without sparks or smoke bursts. Blades quenched in water or oil according to their temper plan. A fine stone and cloth completed edges before return to the chest. Handles met a file for grip and then received a thin oil layer. Bellows hissed while tongs clicked once on stone. Teaching used clear models and calm rooms. Students copied lists of signs, measures, and common tool names. Demonstrations kept to small groups for clean views and safe spacing. Each step began with tools on a tray and counted motions. Errors prompted short corrections, then a return to the steady pace. Notes moved from board to page in simple lines. Reed mats rustled as students shifted along the wall. The manual took shape as a set of linked books. One section described instruments with drawings and labels. Another set named methods for specific conditions and careful stages. A later section focused on surgery and the order of tasks. The plan placed tools before technique and technique before cases. This gave a template that other workers could follow. The stack of pages grew under a weighted stone. Measures and time kept the pace regular in every room. A water clock marked broad periods during longer tasks. Sun across a courtyard slab signaled short turns between steps. Distances on tools matched common finger widths or fixed spans. Weights on the scale matched small stones held in a carved box. Even numbers favored memory and quick checks under low light. The beam clicked softly, then rested level. Hygiene relied on available means without waste or strain. Hands rinsed in water with ash or mild plant soap. Edges of nails stayed short to avoid tearing cloth or skin. Linen met sun and breeze in protected yards between uses. Lamps burned clean oil to limit smoke near work surfaces. Tools touched only clean cloth or trays after washing. The room held a plain, dry scent with a hint of warm oil. Clerks linked rooms through short notes and sealed tags. A tag on a tray named owner, contents, and return time. A docket tablet recorded the day's room order and tool checks. A reed pen marked completion beside each line before nightfall. Shelves held today's pages apart from teaching copies. Doors closed with a wooden bar and a clay seal at the peg. A seal roll left fine ribs as the clay took the line. The wider city sustained this careful routine. Papermakers sold resams stacked between boards for travel. Herbalists kept dried measures under simple lids and clean cords. Smiths stored steel blanks behind shutters near the river lanes. Carvers cut smooth handles from olive wood in quiet shops. Markets opened early, and roads cleared by sunset across seasons. River traffic kept a slow pace against the current. Oars dipped with a soft splash under low arches. Within this network, Al-Zahrawi's method stayed practical and calm. He observed, wrote, tested, and taught in short cycles. The same objects returned each day to their known places. Tools improved by small adjustments, not sudden changes. Words stayed plain so steps could repeat without guessing. Students advanced by copy, measure, and timed practice. The lamps burned steady as pages dried on boards. Many cases involved minor, careful tasks done without strain. Nails, skin edges, and small growths met measured clean work. Bleeding found order under ligature and compress, not force. Cautery addressed stubborn points with brief, counted touches. Dressings followed in layers laid from thin to thicker pads. A light bandage held the placement without tightness or heat. Linen smelled clean as oil reached the top cloth. Records preserved learning for later readers and distant rooms. Margins carried brief warnings tested in practice. Drawings showed tool angles rather than dramatic scenes. Units held to common jars, spans, and marks on the beam. Dates used round years and months known across the region. Names of contributors appeared in small scripts near the end. Paper rustled softly when a stack moved to the shelf. Seasons affected choices in schedule and room use. Summer heat favored early work and longer midday rest. Winter chill brought brazier use and careful watch on lamp smoke. Spring and autumn allowed drying of linens in open air. Humidity changed drying times for salves and pasted dressings. Records noted these shifts in short, repeatable phrases. The routine held despite these modest adjustments. Requests from nearby towns arrived with traders and messengers. Some asked for copies of certain sections or tool lists. Others sought advice on measures or metal types for edges. The answers stayed short and focused on steps and checks. Reed pens tapped lightly as replies formed in a measured hand. Seals set on folded notes before leaving under cloth covers. Footsteps faded along stone lanes toward the gates. The river framed the city's quiet edges and kept its pace slow. Brick quays warmed by day and cooled under evening air. Barges tied to rings near markets and workrooms. Water reflected lamps in small, steady breaks of light. The sound remained level and moderate through the night. Small lamps breathed faint oil as wicks settled low. The city held its calm order beside the water's hush. In the late 10th century, Cordoba kept a hospital within its learned quarter. The word Bimaristan meant a place for the sick and teaching. Courtyards opened to wards with plaster walls and high vents for air. Benches and low beds stood in rows with clean linen. Basins, ewers, and soap trays stood near doorways for washing. Supervisors checked rooms by schedule, not mood or chance. Footsteps softened over plaster floors. Water jars clinked against cool stone. Admission began at a small desk under a shaded arch. A clerk asked short questions and wrote answers on a wax tablet. A wax tablet is a wood board with a thin wax layer for notes. Age, complaint, and recent food appeared in tidy lines. A porter guided the visitor to a bench for weighing and pulse. A scribe later copied the notes onto paper for the record jar. The line moved in steady quiet, without raised voices or hurry. The first ward taught basic observation and calm touch. Apprentices learned to sit, watch, and count with care. They timed breaths by finger taps and measured pulse by gentle pressure. A sand glass and a water bowl provided simple units for time. Lamps were trimmed low to limit heat and smoke. Linen covers stayed light and clean across the beds. Oil lamps gave a faint hiss, and reed screens shifted softly. A second ward handled burns, cuts, and dressings. Here, the lesson stressed cleaning, control, and simple bandage layers. Apprentices prepared warm water with a set spoon of plant wash. They checked edges of bandage for loose fibers and grit. A senior adjusted knot position and padding by clear rules. Tools returned to a tray in the same order each round. Cloth rustled in dry folds while a bronze bowl rang lightly. Records linked each ward and formed the memory of the place. The Diwan, a register of cases and supplies, held daily entries. Paper sheets named the ward, the bed, and the set plan. Margins stored weights, measures, and short cautions. When a plan changed, a small wedge sign marked the line. Pages dried on boards near a cool corridor wall. Paper made a soft, even sound when lifted and stacked. Teaching rooms stood beside the pharmacy and the small library. Shelves held texts on anatomy, drugs, and simple procedure steps. Students copied lists of terms and common measures in the morning. They weighed powders on a beam scale to learn steadiness. The tutor showed how to read the pointer rather than the plate. Silence marked success more than praise or show. A scale beam clicked once, then settled to level. The pharmacy prepared medicines to match ward needs. A mortar and pestle worked under a shaded window. A pestle turned in a mortar with a round, slow rhythm. Scales counted out resins, aromatics, and salts in small piles. The brazier warmed mixtures at a low, even heat. Salves cooled in shallow dishes and received a thin oil seal. Labels in plain script named contents and timing. The room smelled of clean oil and crushed leaves. An instrument room lay near an open court for light. Rolls of leather held scalpels, hooks, probes, and forceps. A whetstone and a strip of leather kept edges true. Each tool had a number, a place, and a recorded condition. After use, tools were washed, dried, oiled, and checked. A senior signed the shelf tag before closing the door bar. Metal touched stone with a small, bright ring, then grew still. Supervised rounds shaped the main lesson of the day. A senior walked the ward with apprentices at a calm pace. He pointed with a reed pen rather than a hand. He named steps in short phrases that matched the written lists. An apprentice repeated the steps while another wrote the order. The senior corrected spacing, pressure, or time with few words. Sand in a glass ran down with quiet, even motion. Some rooms taught heat control and brief cautery for stubborn bleeding. Cautery means a heated iron used for quick sealing of small vessels. Irons rested near a brazier that burned charcoal with little smoke. Tongs moved an iron to test heat against a leather pad. Touch time followed a fixed count and then a pause. Cloth cool packs stood ready beside a water bowl. Charcoal gave a low red breath and no sparks. The hospital kept a laundry court for linen and pads. Workers soaked cloth in lye water made from ash and lime. Rinsing used clear water carried from a nearby channel. Sun and air dried the cloth on ropes set above clean gravel. A clerk tallied bundles by weight and length of cloth. When dry, pads returned to rolls with tags that faced outward. Rope creaked lightly while cloth moved in steady lines. Diet rooms supported recovery and protected the wards from waste. Broths simmered at low heat in covered clay pots. Bread rested under cloth so crust stayed even and soft. Salt and herbs followed simple measures written on wallboards. Meals reached beds on trays with raised edges and small bowls. Leftovers returned to the kitchen for measured disposal. Steam rose and thinned under a vent with a faint sigh. A small library kept the standard texts for ready use. Students learned to find topics by title boards and shelf marks. Copyists renewed worn pages and repaired loosened bindings. A reed pen trimmed to a fine edge drew straight lines. Ink dried to a matte tone and did not smear. Model pages showed tools, positions, and sequences with simple labels. Page edges rasped very lightly as a stack shifted on the table. Night practice taught calm work under limited light. Lamps sat on tall stands with broad saucers for drip control. Assistants checked wicks, oil levels, and lamp spacing before rounds. Shadows stayed short and did not cross hands or tools. Tasks at night chose slower steps and wider margins of time. Notes waited until morning light, unless risk required a mark. The ward breathed evenly as cooler air moved through vents. The hospital also trained dispatch and receipt of letters. Clay seals closed folded notes that carried supply or referral lines. A seal roll left fine ribs and a small emblem in the clay. Couriers signed a wax tablet upon arrival and return. Dockets hung at the porter's door with the day's rotes. The office smelled of dry clay and lamp smoke. A baked shell cracked once with a dry snap at the desk. Season and weather adjusted schedules and tasks with little strain. Heat brought earlier rounds and longer midday rest in shade. Cold brought a brazier to the teaching room and thicker pads. Rain shifted laundry to covered lines and slower drying. Records noted these shifts, so supplies met the new pace. The plan stayed the same even when hours moved. Rain tapped softly on tile while reed screens breathed. Dissections were rare and cautious in this place and time. When teaching needed structure, models using animals or wax appeared. A wax model is a shaped block used to show layers and paths. Students traced routes of vessels and nerves with a blunt probe. The goal was orientation rather than bold display. Drawings from these sessions entered the instrument book. A blunt probe clicked lightly on the board rim. Apprentices rotated through rolls to learn the full chain. One led intake and measured pulse and breath. Another kept supplies counted and tools checked by list. A third wrote notes and transfers between wards and kitchen. The senior kept track of all steps by simple tokens. Tokens moved from dish to dish as tasks finished. Clay counters made a soft clack and then went still. Payment and patronage worked through endowments and steady gifts. The Waqf, a charitable endowment, funded oil, bread, and bedding. Names of donors appeared on small boards near the gate. Accounts for these goods used round numbers for clarity. A separate jar kept records of repairs and tool replacement. Audits happened in quiet rooms with 2 clerks and 1 chest. Keys rested under a folded cloth and a seal at night. Some difficult cases reached the hospital under calm plans. The goal was comfort, clean surroundings, and careful support. Intense matters received brief, measured attention without vivid description. Pain relief came from known plant mixtures and controlled heat. Repositioning used cushions, rollers, and slow counts. After care, rooms returned to quiet order and regular checks. The ward's tone stayed even, without distraction or noise. Training included speaking in short, clear phrases in the ward. Students learned to report findings in the same order each time. First came pulse and breath, then temperature by touch and time. Next came signs at the skin and movement at the joints. Finally came the plan and the tools needed from the chest. Reports took less than a minute and used no extra words. Air moved softly while the list reached its end. The workshop near the gate maintained carts, stretchers, and lampstands. Woodworkers smoothed rails and tightened joints with pegs. Iron straps received a little oil to prevent binding. Stretchers used woven bands that did not sag under weight. Wheels met a file to remove roughness along the rim. A small plane made dry curls that fell onto clean boards. The bench smelled of cedar and warm shavings. By late afternoon, teaching rooms dimmed while wards stayed calm. Students returned tools, signed shelves, and closed the ledger jar. The porter swept plaster dust toward the courtyard drain. Lamps received fresh oil and trimmed wicks for night rounds. The kitchen prepared light broth and set bowls in neat rows. A cool breeze touched the stone and reed screens. The building held its sound, a low, steady hush throughout. The hospital's value lay in its steady, shared method. Steps began with clean spaces and prepared tools. Records guided choices and linked rooms and people. Supervision stayed close, but even in tone and timing. Apprentices moved from watching to doing under rule and list. Each day repeated this order with small, useful changes. The halls kept a constant breath as water jars cooled the air. Here, early practice unfolded in calm rooms and linked courts. The place taught hands, eyes, and memory to work together. Tools rested where they were needed and returned on time. Pages held the steps so others could match them again. Footsteps softened over plaster floors at each turn. Water jars clinked against cool stone and then grew still. The evening moved in slowly over the wards and the teaching rooms. The writing kit shaped how care became memory and method. In late 10th century Cordoba, the set stayed simple and firm. It included a reed stylus, smooth paper, and black ink. A low desk held the pieces within quick reach. The desk stood near a courtyard for light and air. Pages dried on boards leaned against a cool wall. The goal was clean lines, steady spacing, and clear steps. A stylus tapped gently as pages dried beside a shaded courtyard. The reed stylus served as the main tool for lines and words. A reed stylus means a cut reed used as a pen. Makers chose hollow reeds with tight walls and straight grain. They cut the tip at an angle and split a short slit. A small knife shaped the nib to match the hand. The edge took a final pass on leather for a smooth flow. Test strokes checked width, wetness, and turn on the page. The tool then rested in a narrow slot above the inkwell. Paper gave the text a firm, bright field for signs and drawings. Sheets came from plant fiber, beaten to pulp and strained. Dry sheets received a size made from starch and water. Sizing means a thin coat that limits soak and spreads ink evenly. A smooth stone then burnished the surface to a tight gloss. Burnishing pressed fibers down and reduced drag from the nib. The result was crisp lines with little bleed at the edges. Finished sheets stacked under a weight to keep them flat. Black ink carried the marks without glare or harsh smell. Carbon ink came from lamp soot mixed with water and gum. Gum Arabic means dried tree sap that binds pigment in solution. The maker ground soot to a soft powder in a shallow bowl. Water and gum joined in measured drops with slow turns. The mix rested, then passed through cloth to remove grit. A final test line across scrap confirmed depth and flow. The bowl covered with a lid kept dust from the surface. The inkwell held 2 wells and a small plug for travel. A cloth strip rested nearby to clean and shape the nib. A penknife lay across the rim to trim the tip. Page weights kept corners from curling as ink dried. A straight edge and a thin cord marked guides for lines. A cloth cover protected the whole set between sessions. The bench held only what the page needed at that time. Work began with headings and a short note of date and place. Dates used round years and known months for easy reading. Headings named the problem, the tools, and the planned steps. A list followed with sturdy verbs and simple order words. Margins stored small tables for measures and time marks. A clean space at the foot held warnings or checks. The entry ended with a sign for who wrote the lines. Case notes used the same method and the same quiet pace. First came age, in signs that did not depend on tools. Next came measures taken with the scale and the hourglass. Then came the work done, listed step by step. A final line noted diet, rest, and follow-up checks by day. The next case began on a fresh sheet to prevent clutter. Edges stayed clear to hold later remarks when needed. Drawings showed tools and placements with neat, exact shapes. The stylus turned to a fine edge for narrow lines. A soft pencil mark laid faint guides before the ink touch. Instruments appeared in profile to show edges and joints. A simple bar gave scale without complex numbers or rules. Arrows showed path and direction when motion was part of the step. Labels used single letters tied to a key beside the figure. Corrections had their own calm routine for a clean page. A slip or blot called for a light scrape with the penknife. Pumice dust smoothed the spot and took the stain down. A small touch of fresh size sealed the scraped area. When dry, a thin line replaced the error without draw or shine. A dot in the margin marked the correction for later review. The aim was a page that read without strain or doubt. Copying kept knowledge safe when one set wore with use. A senior set a model page under a smooth stone. A copyist traced guidelines and matched each sign and space. The copyist paused often to compare columns and check totals. A colophon, a short note about making the copy, closed the set. It named the place, the season, and the person who copied. A small seal on the wrapper confirmed the bundle's count. Copies then moved to shelves by topic and date. Storage favored air, shade, and ease of reach in the room. Pages gathered into fascicles tied with thread and simple knots. Leather covers guarded edges from wear during handling. Cedar chips lay in jars to discourage insects and dampness. Tags faced outward with short titles and round numbers. A chest with a bar and seal held tools and rare pages. The room kept a dry scent and a faint trace of oil. The kit supported teaching as much as clinical work. Students copied instrument lists at set times each week. They wrote case outlines from memory to train order and recall. Tutors graded for spacing, clarity, and the use of units. Good sheets entered the shared files with a small circle mark. Worn sheets left the stack and moved to scrap for tests. Paper rustled softly as piles shifted from desk to shelf. Ink making returned on a schedule so supplies never ran short. The soot maker cleaned the lamp glass to harvest fine powder. A sieve removed coarse grains that might scratch the nib. Water quality mattered. Clear storage jars stood near the bench. Gum soaked to soften, then dissolved without lumps and strings. Ratios stayed simple so students could scale amounts at need. The final mix rested overnight to gain an even tone. The inkwell filled in the morning with slow, careful pours. Reed cutting followed the same cycle and the same care. Reeds dried in bundles for a season before use. Fresh cuts at the tip kept edges from swelling with ink. Angles changed for large letters or narrow figure lines. When a nib wore down, the blade trimmed a new face. Short offcuts trained students to feel drag and flow. The waste pile stayed small, and tools returned to the roll. Margins gathered signs that guided later use and review. A triangle meant check weights again before next round. A small crossbar warned of a step that needed 2 hands. A circle with a dot marked a place to pause and reassess. These signs saved space and kept the main line clear. Readers scanned margins first, then read the text at full pace. The code stayed short, so new hands learned it quickly. The paper's finish helped in warm months when ink ran thin. Burnished sheets slowed spread and kept lines tight. Edges stayed crisp even when the air felt damp. In cooler weeks, the same finish allowed quick drying. Heat from a wall made no waves on the page surface. A page pressed under weight remained flat for long months. Stacks kept their shape in the chest without warp or curl. Courtyard light supported long work with less smoke and strain. The bench sat close to shade where glare stayed low. A reed screen broke wind that might lift dust onto wet ink. Water in a shallow bowl set moisture for the room. The sound of a small channel steadied the pace. When midday rose, a cloth hung to cool the space. The stylus tapped lightly, while pages rested on boards. Catalogs brought the parts into one, clear map for readers. A title page named books by topic and rough order. An index listed tools, signs, and common conditions with page marks. Cross notes pointed from a tool to its use in 3 places. Slips between pages used thin leather cords with knots. Copies kept the same plan so readers found items fast. The set felt like a calm path rather than a store of fragments. Writing was work, yet it kept the same gentle tone as care. Steps moved from setup to lines to checks, then rest. Long tasks broke at fixed times to protect the hand. Oil kept nibs from drying and cracking between turns. Cloth covered ink to keep dust from the surface. The bench cleared fully before the lamp's last trim. The room darkened in even stages without rush or noise. Notes from the 10th and early 11th centuries fixed practice for others. They showed tools by name and drawing without heavy words. They held numbers with round units that rooms already used. They gave time by sun, water, or sand glass in plain terms. They wrote moves that matched what hands could do well. Cases ended with short follow-up lines and day counts. These pages survived because they fit the work they described. Messengers carried select fascicles to nearby halls and teachers. Wrappers tied with a cord held a wax seal at the knot. A docket tablet named sender, contents, and return terms. Receipts came back on small slips kept in a jar. If a copy returned worn, a fresh one replaced it quietly. The circle mark on the tag showed it went out and came home. The office kept a soft, dry shuffle as bundles changed places. When errors of fact appeared, a gentle fix preserved trust. A later sheet noted the change with date and place. The new line replaced the old in copies made after that time. The model kept the change list within arm's reach for months. Students learned to note such lists in their own sets. Clear writing made clear fixes without blame or dispute. The page stayed a tool, not a stage. Across seasons, the kit held its neat rolls and steady rhythm. Reed, paper, and ink joined measured hands and quiet rooms. Courtyard air dried pages without warping or dust. Ink kept its tone under lids and in cool shade. The reed edge stayed keen with light trims at the tip. Paper took lines that remained legible for many years. The calm order of the kit supported the calm order of care. Around 1000 CE in Cordoba, Al-Zahrawi shaped a manual with 30 books. The title, Kitab al-Tasrif, meant a guide for practical treatment and care. He arranged chapters on tools, methods, and aftercare in clear order. The plan favored short headings, numbered steps, and round measures. Notes from cases moved into stable lists with firm titles. The desk stood near a shaded courtyard for air and light. Paper rustled softly as headings aligned into steady lists. A small weight kept pages from shifting in the breeze. He began by sorting notes into broad groups that matched daily work. Basic principles stood apart from particular methods in rare cases. Pharmacy stood separate from surgery, so measures stayed simple to find. Diet, rest, and bandaging moved into a care section of their own. Each group received a stack of drafts with spare space for checks. A reed pen marked margins, with signs for later links. The sorting stayed quiet and unhurried across several weeks. The room held a dry scent of paper and gum. Piles became books, and books received numbers and working names. A book here meant a bound set of chapters with one topic. Drafts sat in quires, folded gatherings of several sheets, tied with thread. First folio numbers kept order while headings remained in flux. Margins showed a short line naming tools or units at a glance. When a page reached a clean state, a dot marked its corner. A leather strap wrapped the quire to keep edges true. Pages made a faint glide as they slid into piles. The overall plan moved from general to special, then to tools. General practice guided signs, measures, and plain treatments in early books. More focused chapters handled bones, joints, and delicate openings later. Pharmacy sat near the middle with syrups, salves, and powders. The surgical book stood last with tools, positions, and steps. Scholars suggest this order matched teaching rooms in the hospital. The aim was fast finding during work, not only long study. A straight edge and cord set guides for neat headings. Headings used the same pattern across the 30 books. A heading began with a short name, a unit, and a common sign. Lines under the heading listed steps in a clean, numbered run. Cross notes in the margin pointed to related topics and tools. When a measure mattered, it appeared once, then stayed stable throughout. Warnings used one sign and a steady place on the page. The eye moved down without jumps or crowded turns. A stylus tapped gently when a line reached its clean end. The instrument chapters formed a catalog that helped hands and memory. A catalog here means a list with drawings and short notes for use. Tools appeared by family: scalpels, hooks, probes, forceps, and saws. Each entry named shape, length, and common pairing with other tools. Simple drawings showed profile and angle, with small letters for parts. Storage marks matched shelf tags in the instrument room. Metal met wood lightly as a sample tool touched the board. Method chapters laid out steps in brief lines, one idea at a time. Terms stayed plain and matched what wards already used daily. If heat was required, the line named fuel, color, and count. Cautery, a controlled touch with heated iron, appeared with time limits. Ligature, a tying thread to close a vessel, stood with knot type and pull. Pressure, rest, and checks followed in the same order each time. Intense matters appeared only as needed and without sharp detail. A brazier gave a low, even breath when noted for use. Care chapters held dressing, diet, rest, and time between checks. They named cloth layers, oil mixes, and timing for changes. They listed sleep plans, turning schedules, and walking when allowed. Simple foods were grouped by warmth and weight on the stomach. Drink measures used cups or ladles that rooms kept on hand. Signs for watch were short and common across the wards. A reed screen moved softly while air crossed the courtyard. Tables supported steady reading when numbers mattered most. A table showed unit names, round weights, and their simple links. Grain and silver units matched what markets and stores already used. Heat and time used charcoal count, lamp height, or sand glass turns. The same tables appeared in more than one book for speed. A brief note told where a fuller line could be found. Fingers moved slowly down columns without strain. A page weight sat near the top edge and kept the sheet still. An index and a glossary helped new readers learn the manual. An index listed topics by short terms and page marks in one place. A glossary gave brief meanings for special words used in the text. Words like colophon, a note on who made the copy, appeared there. So did words like choir, ligature, and cautery in plain phrasing. The list stayed small, and the words matched hospital speech. The index and glossary lived at the front for quick reach. Paper edges made a soft rasp as fingers found the marks. Citations honored older learning without long digressions in the flow. A small sign named an earlier physician in the margin when needed. A short phrase stated the point taken from that older source. The main line returned at once to measured steps and units. When views differed, the manual chose the route that fit the ward. The aim was quiet order, not argument in hard words. The margin sign kept the page free of crowded lines. The penknife rested on the rim while ink settled. Draft control used a set of marks that never changed meaning. A triangle meant add a crossnote here at next review. 2 dots meant check a unit against the standard table. A small square meant move this line higher in the list. A circle meant test this step again with a senior present. When marks were resolved, a short dash crossed through them. Students could learn the code in one calm morning. Dust hung briefly as a stack shifted to a new shelf. Images served use, not show, and kept parts clear and simple. A grid underlay helped place features at steady scale and angle. Edges used uniform line thickness across the figure for easy viewing. Letters matched the key with spaces that did not crowd. The same tool appeared from one side only to avoid confusion. When movement mattered, two small frames showed start and end. Dry ink left a matty tone that did not reflect light. The page held still under a flat stone until fully dry. Review days gathered sections on a long table for calm checks. Readers moved from heading to steps and then to tables. Each book needed clean flow within itself and across neighbors. Cross notes must point true, and units must match the same list. When gaps appeared, a blank line preserved space for later lines. When repeats appeared, the tighter line stayed and the rest left. Leather ties closed, approved quires against damp night air. The courtyard shaded the table as the sun crossed slowly. Copying began once a book reached a stable shape by shared consent. The fair copy used burnished paper and new ink and reeds. Lines were ruled lightly and disappeared under black letters. Page numbers sat high and outside for quick thumb finding. At the end, a colophon named the place and the season. It added the number of sheets and the name of the copyist. A seal in soft clay closed the wrapper on the stack. The wrapper smelled faintly of cedar and fresh fiber. Shelf order matched the plan, so staff found topics fast. Early books stood left. Later books stood right within the chest. Inside each book, tabs marked tables, tools, and care sections. A thin leather thong with knots served as a steady bookmark. Borrow slips named the borrower, the ward, and the return day. Receipts returned to a jar on the office shelf. The lid knocked once, then rested as the slip fell inside. The manual's structure also aligned with storerooms and audits. Instrument numbers on the page matched tags on drawers and rolls. Pharmacy units on tables matched scoops and spoons kept in bins. Linen sizes and care chapters matched folded pads and baskets. Schedules for oil, lamp wicks, and charcoal matched ward demands. Audit clerks could move from shelf to page with little strain. The system reduced questions and saved steps in busy hours. A scale beam clicked, then settled, balanced in the storeroom. Teaching rooms used the books in short lessons with fixed order. First came definitions and units with a simple table. Second came tools with drawings and a few clean notes. Third came methods in counted lines with pauses marked. Fourth came care with diet and checks by hour and day. Students copied only what the page held in that sequence. The tutor pointed with a reed pen held above the line. Pages turned with a dry, even whisper. Some parts needed local notes for season and supply. These sat on slips tied to the inner board of a book. A slip might list a substitute plant or a jar size on hand. Another might show a shorter time when heat ran higher in summer. Such notes stayed brief and went away if supplies changed. The base text remained the same across rooms and months. A wax seal marked the end of a slip set that expired. The seal carried a faint, dry scent when pressed. Transmission beyond Cordoba required copies with steady features. Titles, headings, and tables kept the same place on each page. Drawings held the same scale so tools could be forged elsewhere. A letter at the front named the complete count of books. Bundles traveled with an outer list and a clay docket. When a set arrived, a receipt tablet noted the tally and date. The clerk warmed his hands over a small brazier and wrote. Charcoal breathed low under a pierced lid. The 30-book plan held many fields yet stayed plain to use. It freed the hand from searching and let attention rest on care. It allowed audits without crowding lines with sums and figures. It let teachers point at headings while students kept pace. It let stores match labels, tools, and measures to the page. It allowed calm changes without shaking the full design. Paper rustled softly as headings aligned into steady lists again. The manual sat in a chest with room for growth and repair. Spare quires waited for pages that needed replacement after years. A bundle of blank slips waited for local notes about supply. Ink, reeds, and a knife lay ready for corrections when needed. The lid closed with a bar and a seal pressed into clay. In the quiet, the chest kept a faint cedar smell. The courtyard carried a light breeze across the cool floor. The scalpel stood as a plain, precise instrument in 10th century practice. Texts from Cordoba around 1000 CE described its shape and use. They stressed sharpness, a steady grip, and short, planned strokes in clean rooms. Metal rang lightly on a tray before the edge met leather for testing. The kit held several sizes for narrow, medium, and broad cuts. Handles fit the palm without slip or pinch at the joint. A linen cloth lay ready to clean oil or dust. A lamp gave soft light that did not glare on metal. Makers forged blades from steel and shaped them with quiet care. The blade met a firm handle at a hidden spine called a tang, the part of the blade set inside the handle. The join stayed tight to prevent wobble when pressure rose. Thin blades served fine work near vessels and joints. Slightly broader blades opened firmer skin without bending under load. Edges kept a fine bevel on both sides for control. A small guard at the handle end protected the fingers from slip. The finished tool rested on a folded cloth until inspection began. Sharpening followed a set routine that trained the hand and eye. A stone rested on damp leather to keep it from sliding. The edge moved across the stone at a fixed, shallow angle. Water or light oil reduced grit and kept the feel smooth. The pass went forward, then back, with even count on both sides. A strop, a leather strip for final honing, completed the edge. The blade moved away from the edge on the strop to avoid burrs. After 12 slow passes, a test cut on thin leather confirmed sharpness. Metal made a faint whisper as it left the strop. Clean rooms supported careful work and reduced dust on tools. Benches held only what the step required at that moment. Trays separated instruments by size and by task group. The scalpel lay apart from hooks, probes, and forceps. Linen covers shielded unused tools from splashes and grit. Jars with warm water stood near a basin for quick rinsing. Wine or aromatic water sometimes served for wiping metal, according to notes. The room kept a slow airflow through a screen to tame heat. Footsteps softened over plaster floors. Water jars clinked against cool stone. Grip mattered as much as the blade itself in the 10th century. The pen grip placed the handle between thumb and 2 fingers. The rest of the hand touched the surface to steady the wrist. For a firmer line, the overhand grip shortened the exposed handle. The thumb then guided depth while the wrist held the angle. Both grips avoided long swings and sudden turns under pressure. Fingers moved first, then the hand, and only then the arm. This tiered motion guarded against slips and uneven depth. Breathing stayed even, so the stroke length remained regular. Planning came before any line of the cut reached the surface. A thin charcoal mark sometimes traced the path on washed skin. A cord gave quick checks on length when measures mattered. Lines followed folds and natural seams to ease later care. Notes advised parallel lines near joints to protect motion during healing. Assistants placed pads and small rolls to lift and support areas. Oil reduced drag where the blade needed a smooth start. The room stayed quiet while the plan passed from words to marks. Pages remained open on the bench with weights on the corners. The first touch used minimal pressure and a short, guided stroke. The blade angle stayed low to prevent deep, sudden entry. A second pass extended the line by a finger's width with control. Cloth corner touched the surface to clear moisture and keep sight. When a turn was needed, the hand paused to reset the angle. The next stroke followed the new line, still short and planned. The method favored many small moves over one long push. The effect was even edges that matched the measured path. Instrument checks repeated between steps, even during brief pauses. The blade wiped on clean lint to remove any film or grit. A quick pass on the strop kept the edge keen, without new grind. The handle's pins and rivets received a glance for looseness. If a point dulled, a second scalpel took its place at once. Notes suggested keeping 2 sizes ready for most work. Used tools returned to a side tray for cleaning later. The main tray stayed clear to protect focus and reach. A reed fan stirred warm air over the quiet table. Care for the scalpel after use followed calm, steady stages. First, warm water rinsed the blade to remove residue. A fine ash paste sometimes helped loosen films, according to some notes. A soft brush lifted grit from the join and from the letters on steel. The blade dried at once with linen to prevent rusting. A thin coat of oil sealed the surface for storage. The handle received a quick rub to keep wood from drying. The tool then rested in a roll with pockets for each size. Ties wrapped once, then crossed to hold the bundle firm. Records tracked each tool's state as part of routine order. A small tablet listed inspections, sharpening dates, and any replaced parts. Marks showed which scalpel served in a given case that week. If a tool failed inspection, the line showed why and the fix. These notes helped predict when spare blades might be needed. They also trained new hands to respect small changes in feel. The system kept surprises low when workdays grew long. Paper rustled softly as the clerk placed the slip in the file. Training exercises relied on safe materials before work on living tissue. Scholars suggest students practiced lines on leather pads and wax blocks. Wax allowed shallow grooves to teach angle and pressure control. Leather showed drag, skip, and the value of small, even strokes. A sand-filled skin taught depth control through feel at the tip. Each material gave clear feedback without sharp risk or distress. Instructors watched wrist height, finger placement, and breath rhythm. Practice sets used dull practice blades before live steel. A brazier hummed low to warm wax in cool months. The manual's instrument book supported the daily routine of the scalpel. Drawings showed blade profiles with letters for parts and length. Notes named partner tools for lifting, probing, and steadying. Tables matched blade sizes to common tasks and regions. Warnings used the same sign across pages to avoid confusion. Quick cues suggested when to switch from cutting to tying or pressure. Headings kept methods apart, so steps stayed easy to scan. The reader moved down columns without crowding or strain. Supplies and storage shaped how long edges remained reliable. Stones came in 2 grits for shaping and for finishing. Oil jars stayed corked to keep dust from the mouth. Leathers for stropping stayed flat under weight when not in use. Rolls kept blades from touching and nicking each other. Desiccant pots reduced damp air during wet months. Cedar chips in a jar discouraged insects and added a clean smell. Weekly checks counted tools and looked for rust at joins. Trays slid with a dry glide when the chest opened. The room's order supported measured cuts in real time. A stool allowed steady posture with hips and shoulders level. Elbows found support on clean pads, reducing shake over time. Light from the lamp fell across the line without glare. The table height matched the operator to prevent hunch and strain. Assistants stood at fixed places for cloth, oil, and pads. A spoken cue was not needed. Hands moved by routine. The space held a slow rhythm that kept timing even. Breaths were quiet enough to hear paper shift on the bench. Variations in scalpel shape met different needs but kept the same rules. A fine, straight point entered narrow places with a little lift of tissue. A short, curved blade guided around firm, round edges. A broad, short blade opened thicker skin with fewer passes. Handles varied in thickness to match large or small hands. Lines on the handle helped grip when oil touched fingers. The edge geometry stayed common so stones and strokes matched. This made field repair quick and reduced the tools to learn. Metal rang lightly when each blade returned to its slot. Checklists helped teams remember small, steady steps amid many tasks. Before the work, a list confirmed stones, strop, cloth, and oil. It named 2 scalpel sizes set ready and a spare roll of lint. It placed the strop within reach and the basin at the right height. During the work, a brief pause checked edge and handle pins. After the work, the list guided cleaning, drying, and oiling. It added the record slip and the return to the roll. The list ended with the tray wiped and covered. A hinge gave a soft click as the lid closed. Edges failed sometimes, and the manual planned for that with calm steps. A nick on the edge called for a few passes on the coarse stone. The blade then visited the fine stone and the strop. If a bend appeared near the point, the blade retired at once. Spare blades in paper sleeves waited for such moments. The old blade went to a marked pouch for later repair. No strain fell on the next case due to a tired tool. The routine kept the room's pace even through small problems. The tray made a faint ring as a fresh blade settled. Fieldwork brought its own arrangement for safe transport and use. A small chest held stones, oil, leathers, and 2 rolls of tools. A folding stand made a low table when rooms were scarce. Water jars rode in padded baskets tied with cords through handles. The strop hung from a hook on the chest lid for quick use. A shallow dish caught oil drips and kept surfaces clean. Notes and slips rode in a waxed pouch tied to the lid. The chest closed with a bar and a soft clay seal. Carts moved with a quiet creak toward distant wards. Care for hands joined, care for tools in 10th century notes. Short nails reduced snag on cloth and skins and kept grip firm. A thin oil protected skin from dryness during long sessions. Fingers warmed in water before fine work to increase feel. A cloth wrapped the wrist between tasks to rest tendons. The pen grip turned to the knife grip without stress when trained. Simple stretches opened the palm and brought blood back to fingers. The room allowed time for these small routines. The lamp flame stayed steady against the wall. The scalpel's roll linked with thread and heat, but kept its own lane. When cutting gave way to tying, the blade returned to the tray. When heat from cautery came near, the blade moved farther back. Cloth covered it to shield from sparks and ash. The tool returned only when the line called for further opening. This separation protected edges and kept focus clear. Routines like this made teams efficient without tension. A light metal rattle answered each move as trays changed places. Inspection days reviewed every scalpel like any other instrument. The blade stood edge-on to a thin line of light for checks. The line showed waves or flats that needed new work on stones. The handle saw a tug to test the tang under load. Pins and rivets met a small tap to test for looseness. The strop itself faced inspection for grooves and replaced if needed. Each pass and test appeared on a slip with date and sign. Slips returned to a jar until copied into the log. The jar lid tapped once as it closed. Across seasons and rooms, the scalpel remained a quiet constant. Its strength lay in the simple parts and the planned stroke. 10th century descriptions favored clear steps any trained hand could follow. Shapes stayed familiar, and edges stayed ready by calm routine. The tool answered to order on paper and order at the bench. Metal rang lightly on a tray before the edge met leather for testing. The room held a clean scent and a low hum of work. The measured cut began only when every small piece was ready. Cautery, controlled heat from a warmed tool applied in brief touches, formed a second, steady method. Notes from the early 11th century in Al-Andalus described shapes, heat levels, and timing. Heads came in points, loops, rings, and small flat plates. Each head attached to a long shaft with a wrapped grip for safety. The grip kept fingers away from heat and allowed firm control. A lidded jar held clean cloths and light oil for maintenance. Charcoal glowed with a low red breath. Tongs clicked once on stone. Makers forged the heads from iron and sometimes from copper alloy, metal mixed with small parts of other metals. The shaft joined the head with a tight collar and a rivet. Wraps of linen or thin leather reduced heat at the hand. Some tools carried a removable head that slipped onto a spigot. This saved time when several shapes were needed in one session. The set kept sizes regular and easy to name on lists. A cedar box stored heads in pockets labeled by shape and width. The brazier, a metal bowl for hot coals, sat on a low stone stand. Charcoal pieces lay in a ring with open space in the center. Bellows gave short, even puffs that raised heat without sparks. A small ash screen covered one side to tame flames. New coals waited in a clay jar to feed the bed slowly. A thin iron rod stirred coals until the glow ran in an even circle. The room held a low warmth without glare or smoke. Heat levels were read by color and by simple tests. A dull red signaled mild heat for delicate areas. A deeper red signaled stronger heat for firm surfaces. To confirm, notes described touching a drop of oil to the head. A slow curl of vapor meant gentle heat. A quick rise meant stronger heat. Some used thin leather or scrap parchment to gauge scorch time. The goal was repeatable behavior, not guesswork. Bellows hissed softly between short checks. Each head served a clear task with brief contact and long pauses. A fine point made small, controlled touches in narrow places. A ring head circled an area to dry its surface in one move. A flat plate settled on broad tissue for a count of steady breaths. A forked head worked around a small stalk without pressing on the center. The tool returned to the stand between touches to recover heat. Assistants kept a wet cloth nearby to cool edges around the field. Water in a shallow bowl reflected a calm, steady light. Preparation followed calm steps before the brazier warmed the room. Surfaces were washed with tepid water and lightly dried. Nearby skin sometimes received a thin smear of oil or paste to shield it. Cloth rolls lifted and steadied the area so hands stayed relaxed. The operator rehearsed movements without contact to set reach and angle. An assistant checked tongs, bellows, cloths, and a jar of vinegar. Lists on paper named each item with a small box to mark. Contact time stayed short and counted with breath or slow numbers. The head touched, lifted, and returned to the stand. The operator waited, watched the surface, and allowed heat to spread. A second brief touch followed if notes called for more drying. The method aimed at control, not force or long pressure. Between touches, a cloth tip wiped moisture to keep sight clear. The pattern made a calm rhythm that kept the room steady. Safety rules appeared often in early 11th century chapters. Avoid major vessels and thick nerves, the lines advised. Keep shields of wet cloth at the edges of the field. Test the head away from the surface before the first touch. Keep oil jars capped to prevent flare. Do not use a blunt, scaled head. Restore the face first. If heat rose too high, bury the head in ash for a short count. The brazier's open side faced away from cloth and paper. Ember control meant small, regular changes instead of big, sudden ones. When heat fell, the bellows gave 3 short breaths, not long blasts. When heat rose, the ash screen slid over the brightest coals. Spent coals moved to the rim while fresh pieces entered the ring. The iron rod leveled the bed so heads heated evenly on all sides. A clay tile beside the brazier acted as a place to rest tongs. Tongs tapped the tile once after each move, leaving a faint tick. Maintenance kept heads smooth and predictable through many cycles. Heat sometimes left scale, a dark brittle layer, on iron. A fine file removed scale after the tool cooled on stone. A cloth with oil prevented rust and eased the next heating. The bearing collar received a drop of oil so heads did not wobble. Wraps were checked for wear and rewound if edges lifted. Each change received a short note on a slip with date and initials. Paper rustled softly as slips slid into a small envelope. Training used simple materials to teach heat and timing without risk. Wax slabs, damp leather, and small clay cakes stood in for practice. Wax showed how brief contact made smooth, shallow marks. Damp leather showed the spread of warmth past the first touch. Clay showed the print of each head, confirming angle and steadiness. Students learned to set the stand, turn coals, and place tongs. They counted in even breaths and kept shoulders level and still. A reed fan moved air without feeding the brazier. Tool layout kept hands free from confusion during a session. Heads lay from left to right by increasing width. The tongs sat to the right of the brazier stand. Cloths lay folded in a stack, wet cloth on top, dry cloth beneath. The vinegar jar stayed behind the cloths to prevent spills. A shallow water bowl sat near the stand for safe, partial cooling. 2 spare heads warmed near the rim for quick change. The stone slab took each hot tool for brief rests. Some heads needed shaping after many uses to keep edges regular. Files, small stones, and a burnisher, a smooth metal rod, lay in a side tray. The file cut only on the forward stroke to avoid chatter. The stone finished the face until it felt even. The burnisher pressed the surface to close small pores in the metal. Metal sounds stayed low and regular, like a soft scrape and tap. Heads cooled before shaping to prevent cracks at the join. A light oil wiped away fine metal dust. Descriptions from the period often paired cautery with other calm measures. A scalpel might open a path in a short planned line. Cautery then dried the margin in brief. Counted touches. Thread followed, tying with simple, even knots where needed. Each method had its moment, with tools set aside between steps. The manual's order kept hands doing one clear task at a time. Trays traded places on a cue that felt like part of breathing. The room returned to quiet between movements. Heat sources varied slightly but kept the same rules for control. Most rooms used charcoal for its steady, low smoke heat. Some notes mention vine wood coals when charcoal ran low. Both burned well under an ash cap and a simple screen. Ash banks along the rim held a head at moderate heat. The center gave a quick lift in temperature when needed. An iron ring set over the coals steadied heads during pauses. Bellows rested on a hook, leather still warm and pliable. Timing tables helped teams match head, heat, and surface. Columns listed head shape, target region, and breath counts. Another row named the test for heat, such as oil curl or leather mark. Next came cool-down steps, like ashberry or water dip and wipe. The far column left space for notes, including cautions to avoid. Writing stayed compact and clear for quick reading under lamplight. A small weight kept the page from moving in the light breeze. Between sessions, the brazier cooled in safe stages. Heads moved to the stone slab and cooled away from drafts. Tongs lifted the grate so coals settled inward. A clay lid lowered onto the bowl and left a small gap. The gap let air fade slowly, so ash stayed in place. In the morning, ash sifted through a wire screen. Good pieces returned to the jar. Powder went to the garden path. Travel kits carried a reduced set for work outside the main room. A narrow brazier nested into a wooden chest lined with thin tin. 2 head rolls, a small bellows, and a jar of charcoal fit inside. A folded stand made a low table near windows or doors. The ash screen slid into a side sleeve with the iron rod. Water jars rode in padded rings tied to the chest floor. The chest closed with a bar and a small corded seal of clay. The teaching rooms in Cordoba valued patient pacing and clean surroundings. Operators kept sleeves bound and wraps close to the wrist. Hair ties, caps, and simple masks reduced stray sheds and dust. Floors stayed damp-swept, and basins emptied on a regular clock. Each room set its brazier near a vent or open court. Lamps burned with thick wicks to reduce smoke and glare. The quiet routine lowered strain across long work days. Records from the era suggested careful selection when heat was considered. Cases with large vessels or deep structures drew caution and delay. Cases near sensitive chords called for other measures first. Superficial, slow spots responded to brief touches with proper shields. The notes favored modest goals and small, predictable changes. This approach built trust in method and in steady hands. The plan fit within a wider practice that valued clear steps and review. At the end of the day, tools returned to order without hurry. Heads wiped dry, oiled thinly, and slid into labeled pockets. The shaft wraps dried near, but not over, warm coals. The brazier emptied into a safe jar and cooled under a lid. Stones and files brushed clean and wrapped in linen. The log received the date, the tools used, and any repair notes. Charcoal glowed with a low red breath. Tongs clicked once on stone as the lid settled. The room held a mild heat and a faint scent of clean metal. Suture work in Al-Andalus used curved needles and absorbable thread for control. Sources from the late 10th and early 11th centuries described tying vessels and closing layers. The goal was firm edges without strain and a clean path for healing. Texts advised small spacing and even depth from side to side. Operators matched needle size to the area and the thickness of tissue. Assistants set cloth pads and kept instruments in order. Waxed thread slid through tissue models with a muted rasp, steady and soft. Absorbable thread came from prepared animal gut, cleaned and drawn into fine strands. Writers in this period credited such thread for inner layers that needed no removal. The material softened in warm fluid and later broke down inside the body. Skin often received silk or linen, which held shape longer and removed cleanly. A shallow dish held warmed water for softening stiff thread before use. Each length rested on a small reel, lightly waxed to resist fray. The reel lived in a lidded jar to guard moisture and dust. Curved needles allowed short arcs with minimal force and predictable entry angles. The curve followed a quarter, third, or half circle, chosen by depth and reach. Small needles carried triangular cutting points for firm surfaces near the exterior. Round-bodied needles slipped through softer layers without wide cuts. The eye sat close to the tip, keeping pull smooth and stable. Some needles had slotted eyes to ease threading with thicker strands. A cedar tray kept sizes in rows, and faint metal clicks sounded during checks. Needle-making and upkeep remained careful, practical tasks in workshop routine. Iron or steel needles were shaped, filed, and polished to a fine face. Edges met at clear lines without burrs that might catch the thread. Gentle heat set curves, then a slow cool fixed the temper. A honestone dressed points with short, even strokes toward the tip. A leather strop followed, smoothing the surface until it felt clean. Oiled cloth wiped the finished needle, leaving a thin, protective coat. Thread preparation linked simple materials to steady handling and repeatable behavior. Gut strands soaked, stretched, and twisted into cords of measured thickness. A thin coat of wax reduced water drag and helped knots lie flat. Silk and linen threads also received light wax for smooth passage. Spools held counts by length, marked in regular units on the rim. Assistants measured pieces to arm's length or shorter, avoiding tangles and waste. The kit kept several sizes ready, from hair fine to firm cord. The manual tradition described simple interrupted stitches for general skin closure. Spacing stayed small and even, with each bite similar in depth and width. Edges met without overlap, and slack left a narrow gap to allow swelling. A consistent margin protected from pull-through under daily movement. Operators watched the line from a short distance to confirm straight run. The pattern allowed easy removal, one knot at a time, when days had passed. Linen bandage strips settled lightly over the line between checks. For inner layers, absorbable thread closed deeper planes before the surface line. The needle followed the curve, turning through equal bites on both sides. Each stitch restored the layer to its prior level and direction. Tension remained gentle, bringing edges to meet without whitening or strain. Knots hid within the plane so the surface lay quiet above. The approach created support that faded as the body knit together. The surface closure then finished the work with lighter thread. Ligature work tied single vessels with quiet confidence and short steps. A hook or narrow forceps lifted the vessel with minimal disturbance. The thread passed beneath in a loop and tightened in a square knot. Some used a double knot for firm hold, with tails cut short. Pressure rested on the knot rather than on surrounding tissue. Assistants set a pad nearby to receive trimmed ends and small tools. The room stayed calm, with slow breaths guiding the pace of moves. Training rooms used models to teach needle handling and knot work safely. Waxed cloth, damp leather, and layered felt stood in for practice. Students drove curved needles in clean arcs, following the shape rather than pushing. They matched entry and exit distances by eye and by a small gauge. Knots were tied with one hand and two, keeping loops neat and flat. Practice favored rhythm over speed, and careful counts over strain. Reed fans moved warm air without stirring dust across the table. Instrument layout kept the hand path short and clear throughout sessions. From left to right, the tray offered small to large needles in order. Thread reels sat beyond, with wax near the corner for quick touch. The needle holder lay at the center, jaws clean and smooth. Fine forceps waited close by for teasing edges and guiding bites. Cloth pads and a bowl of warm water stood at the far right. A light jar of vinegar rested behind, capped to avoid spills. Knots followed clear designs that balanced hold and ease of removal. The square knot lay flat and resisted slipping when thread was well waxed. For deep layers, a surgeon's knot added an extra turn for friction. Tails were left modest in length to avoid wicking in tangles. Operators pulled from the elbow rather than the wrist to prevent sudden jerk. Knots seated with firm, even pressure rather than sharp tugs. The line showed quiet ridges, small and regular under the dressing. Writers described dressings made from simple cloths, oils, and wax blends. Rose oil and wax formed a mild salve that eased removal of coverings. Clean, dry cloth lay against the line, with a second cloth over it. Bands wrapped with gentle pressure, firm enough to steady edges. Checks occurred on a fixed schedule, often the next day, then less often. Silk or linen at the surface could be removed after several days. Absorbable thread inside remained, with no later visit needed. Guidance for avoiding problems appeared in brief notes and short tables. If edges pulled, add a stitch midway with reduced tension, the notes advised. If swelling rose, loosen bandage and allow rest before reassessing the line. If thread cut too easily, choose thicker cord or widen the bite. If knots felt bulky, trim tails closer and stagger positions along the line. The method valued small adjustments rather than broad changes. Calm steps kept the space ordered and the hands sure. Cleanliness rested on washing, airing, and control of contact surfaces. Basins stood ready with water warmed to a comfortable heat. Hands, tools, and cloths were kept free of visible soil before work. Needles and holders were wiped with vinegar or wine where available. Oil films were thin, enough to protect but not to collect dust. Floors were swept damp in the morning and afternoon to settle particles. Lamps burned with steady wicks, giving light without heavy smoke. Record-keeping linked actions to dates, tools, and brief findings. Paper slips listed thread type, needle size, pattern, and knot style. A small column noted any change in dressing or spacing at review. Another line mentioned materials used on the skin, such as wax blend. The margin held a short note on comfort and movement limits. Slips slid into envelopes marked by day and case number. Shelves kept the bundles cool, dry, and easy to find later. The kit traveled easily for work beyond the city hospital rooms. A wooden chest with a tight lid held tools and thread rolls. Needle trays rode in leather sleeves that protected points and edges. The needle holder, forceps, and small scissors rested in fitted slots. Cloth pads and bandage strips filled a separate compartment to keep them clean. A shallow bowl nested into the lid space beside a stoppered flask. The chest closed with a cord seal pressed by a small stamp. Even spacing depended on simple measures and patient pacing throughout the task. Operators often used a narrow measuring stick to remind consistent margins. Some marked light dots with a thin charcoal point on dry skin. The dots washed away during the final wipe after the last knot. Breath counts stayed steady, keeping hands from rushing through the line. Assistants watched for slack or drift and restored order with a quiet word. The table stayed uncluttered to reduce reach and confusion. Layered work finished with a review of line, dressing, and movement plan. Edges looked even, neither puckered nor gaping along the path. Knot tails lay trimmed without sharp ends that might rub the cloth. Dressings sat smooth, with band pressure checked by a finger under the edge. Notes listed posture and rest, plus time for the next check. Tools were wiped, counted, and returned to their tray positions. The stylist tapped once as the slip took the final entry for the day. Over time, the method formed a calm sequence from first stitch to last. Choose needle and thread, place measured bites, and tie flat. even knots. Protect deeper levels with absorbable thread and quiet tension. Close the surface with neat spacing and simple interrupted pattern. Cover with clean cloth and oil wax blend where advised by notes. Review on schedule and adjust with small, careful changes. Waxed thread slid through practice models with a muted rasp, and the room stayed still. Hooks and forceps gave controlled traction, so edges stayed steady and clear. Writers from Al-Andalus described firm grip with low pressure and plain steps. The method asked for a clean view, small moves, and calm timing. Hands worked close to the light with short rests for review. Linen pads protected nearby surfaces from marks or slip. Assistants watched angles and warned when strain rose. Fine teeth met metal with a tiny snap, then rested on linen between moves. Forceps, a tweezer-like grasping tool, appeared in smooth and toothed forms. Smooth jaws held delicate layers without leaving ridges or strong prints. Toothed jaws gave a light bite for thicker, firmer surfaces when needed. Some pairs curved slightly to follow natural lines and improve sight. A hinge near the middle let pressure rise and fall with care. The spring returned the jaws to open when fingers relaxed. Metal felt cool and balanced when held near the hinge. Hooks came as single or double prongs in measured sizes. A retractor, a hook that pulls tissue aside, used curve and length for reach. Points were rounded and polished to reduce snag and scraping. Shafts tapered gently so weight stayed low near the handle. Short handles gave fine control close to a narrow field. Long handles reached deeper planes without crowding the lighted area. Each hook matched a known task and set of angles in the notes. Craft and upkeep kept both tools smooth and reliable in busy rooms. Steel or iron forms were forged, filed, and polished to a bright face. The final pass removed burrs that could catch thread or cloth. Oil rubbed in thinly prevented rust without leaving heavy film. Vinegar or wine wiped surfaces before and after sessions where possible. Linen wraps kept edges from striking the tray and dulling. The smell of clean oil mixed with faint lamp smoke near the wall. Instrument layout reduced reach and lowered risk of mix-ups during steps. A cedar board held slots for forceps by size from small to large. Hooks lay on folded cloth, prongs away from passing sleeves and cords. A bowl stood ready with warm water and a small dash of vinegar. Sponges and lint pads waited for gentle blotting between actions. The lamp wick burned low but steady, free of sputter and soot. Tools were counted once before work and again at the end. Grip for forceps followed simple positions that controlled pressure well. For fine work, fingers held near the hinge like writing with a pen. The forefinger rested along a jaw for guidance during small lifts. For stronger hold, the hand shifted back to spread force safely. The method advised testing pressure on folded linen before contact. If linen showed sharp marks, the hand lightened and tried again. The goal was firm control without crushed prints or slipping edges. Hook use favored lift over drag and short arcs over wide pulls. The tip entered at a shallow angle, catching only what was needed. The hand raised slowly until the view opened in a clean window. A second hook might share the load to avoid strain on one point. Assistants held the first hook while the operator worked with the second. Cloth pads cushioned nearby surfaces from tool bodies. Breath counts, set timing so moves, stayed even and calm. Hooks and forceps worked together with scalpel and thread in set order. Forceps lifted a small edge so the scalpel could make a short line. The hook then steadied the field while thread closed layer by layer. If the view narrowed, a gentle lift restored space without extra cutting. When tension rose, hands paused, lowered pressure, and checked color and shape. Each move answered a clear need with the smallest useful action. The tray stayed quiet between steps. Moisture control kept grips reliable and the field free from blur. Lint pads blotted rather than wiped, so surfaces kept their texture. A light oil on metal helped prevent sticking during warm work. If oil became heavy, a vinegar wipe thinned it quickly. Water jars were capped to avoid spills near tools and notes. Cloths changed often so dust and fiber did not collect. The room held a cool, faint scent of clean water and oil. Training rooms used simple models to teach traction without risk. Damp leather stood for firm layers that could take toothed jaws. Waxed cloth stacks stood for softer planes that asked for smooth jaws. Students learned to lift just enough to see a clear line. They practiced hand switches to pass a hook or forceps safely. They counted breaths while maintaining angle and pressure under a lamp. Notes marked small errors and simple fixes beside each exercise. The method defined limits, so marks stayed light and brief. If forceps left dents, hands moved closer to the hinge and eased pressure. If hooks threatened to tear, the angle lowered, or a larger hook spread load. If color changed, tools lifted away, and pads cooled the area. Time limits kept anyone hold short, with rests to restore shape. Linen between metal and surface softened contact without hiding the view. Calm checks prevented sudden shifts and confusion. Maintenance returned after work ends, when the room grew quiet. Forceps opened and closed under warm water to release fine grit. A soft brush cleared hinge lines and jaw serrations of trapped fibers. Hooks received a linen rub along the curve toward the tip. Each tool dried in air before oiling to a thin shine. Points and teeth were examined under bright light for burrs or wear. The set returned to its tray with prongs turned inward and jaws closed. Records noted which tools were used and how they were applied. Short slips listed hook size, jaw type, and any change during the task. One line reported pressure tests on linen and any need to lighten grip. Another line named pads, oil, and cloth counts for the session. If a slip occurred, a plain if-then note gave the answer used. Slips dried near the window as the lamp dimmed. Paper rustled softly when the bundle moved to the shelf. Hooks and forceps supported many careful routines described in the manual. In abscess relief, a small lift improved sight for a clean, brief opening. In splinter removal, fine forceps held the piece while the edge freed it. In nose and ear work, curved tools followed shape without crowding light. In dental tasks, broad forceps steadied cloth while other tools worked. The text kept steps short and direct, avoiding long holds or wide pulls. The room remained orderly and calm. Assistants kept pace with the plan and watched the field closely. One hand managed pads while the other held a shared hook. They tracked tool numbers, angles, and rest times in quiet rhythm. If a thread neared a jaw, they warned and shifted the line safely. If glare rose, they raised a screen to soften light for sight. Their steady work reduced slips and saved time. Footsteps softened over plaster as tools changed hands. Portable kits let this approach travel outside central rooms when needed. A wooden chest held slots for 2 pairs of forceps and several hooks. Linen sleeves protected points and teeth from dulling during transport. A small flask carried oil for metal and a second for vinegar water. Pads and lint lived in a dry pouch with a tight drawstring. A cord seal closed the chest, marked by a small press on wax. The chest sat cool against a wall near the door. Angles guided the work as much as pressure and time. For forceps, jaws met surfaces at slight tilts to avoid scraping. For hooks, shafts rested along fingers, so tremor never reached the point. The lamp sat above and a little forward to reduce shadow. When shadows formed, a second light moved gently to the side. The plan valued sight lines that matched hand lines. This alignment kept the field clear and the moves short. Small tests protected edges before real contact began. Jaws pressed a folded cloth to learn the feel of a safe squeeze. Hooks lifted a cord tied to the board to gauge pull against resistance. If grip slipped, wax on cord increased friction for a better test. Tools warmed a little in the hand, so shock from cold metal fell. The board absorbed clicks and snaps, so the room stayed quiet. Each test ended with tools returned to linen. The written method favored predictable sequences with clear stops. Take hold with simple pressure. Check color and shape. Then proceed. Open view with the smallest lift that allows the next step. Share loads across tools rather than strain any one point. End each move by returning tools to the tray in order. Count, clean, and note before lamps dim. The room kept its soft hush while metal cooled on folded cloth. Over seasons, the pattern settled into calm habit and careful sight. Hooks and forceps met edges with respect and unhurried timing. View came first, and pressure stayed low with frequent short rests. Linen, oil, and light worked together to protect and reveal. Assistants and operators moved as one plan guided by plain notes. Fine teeth met metal with a tiny snap, then rested on linen again. The night air carried a faint oil scent as tools waited for morning. Fracture care in the early 11th century followed calm, ordered steps. Notes linked to Al-Andalus explained alignment, padding, and checks by day. The goal was simple: keep the limb straight and still while bones healed. A mortar tapped in a shallow bowl as gypsum met the pestle. Linen lay folded in clean stacks beside a low lamp. Water jars waited near the wall, cool against smooth stone. When work began, wetted wraps cooled the skin and eased heat. The room prepared tools before any touch on the limb. A splint, a stiff support tied to a limb, rested ready in several lengths. Gypsum, a soft white mineral that hardens after wetting, sat dry in a jar. Bandage rolls lay near a shallow basin for easy soaking. Padding came from wool, felt, and folded linen squares. Slings hung clean from a peg for arm support during rest. A small brush and reed pen stood by for labels and notes. The air held a faint chalk scent and a light oil smell. Mixing the plaster followed a steady rhythm taught in the manual. Dry gypsum was crushed to fine powder in a mortar, grain by grain. Water poured in slowly while the pestle turned with even pressure. The blend formed a smooth paste, not runny and not thick. A strip of linen soaked in the bowl and took the paste well. The strip then lay across a board to rest for a short count. Mortar tapping kept time in low, spaced beats. Alignment came first before any bandage touched the limb. Reduction, gentle alignment of broken ends, used slow traction and soft support. The limb was raised and steadied from below with broad hands. A helper cradled above the break while weight stayed even. Breath counts held timing calm through small, precise shifts. The operator watched shape, length, and line against a straight board. When the view matched the expected form, hands held still and quiet. Padding protected the limb from pressure and later swelling. Wool or felt covered bony points and any place that touched wood. Linen squares wrapped first, smooth and free of sharp folds. A fingertip press tested firmness and allowed easy return of color. If the press mark lingered, padding increased until it rose faster. Wrist and ankle needed special care with soft rings of cloth. The room stayed quiet while layers settled in place. Splints followed padding, one to each side for steady support. Straight wooden strips were chosen by length to span joint to joint. The inner edges were smoothed so corners would not cut cloth. Splints rested on the padding, not on the skin itself. Ties went on next, spaced like fingers along the limb. Each tie pressed enough to hold, then stopped short of pinching. Thin cords creaked once as knots set and lay flat. The first bandage layer fixed the splints and evened the surface. A wet gypsum strip left the bowl and spread across the padding. Hands smoothed from center outward to remove small ridges. Another strip overlapped by half its width for stable coverage. Edges stayed neat near joints and left fingertips free for checks. Cool water gleamed on the linen, then faded as the surface dulled. The room held a light, chalky scent as the wrap set. More layers followed in calm sequence and careful number. 2 or 3 passes were common for arms and lower legs. Thicker limbs sometimes needed 1 extra pass for firm hold. Between layers, hands checked the line for any tilt or twist. If the view strayed, a gentle press corrected the drift. The outer layer received a final smooth with damp fingers. After a short while, the surface warmed a little as gypsum set. Positions after wrapping mattered for comfort and protection. An arm rested in a sling across the chest with elbow supported. A leg lay on a padded board so heel and calf did not sink. The shoulder bore no weight until the wrap grew firm and dry. Pillows of folded linen kept joints from bending by habit. A screen softened lamplight and reduced glare for watchful eyes. Footfalls padded over plaster floors as helpers adjusted supports. Staged checks guided the next days with clear signs to watch. The first check came within a day, when swelling often rose. If the wrap pressed too hard, the outer layer was marked and loosened. A thin slit reduced pressure, and a new strip covered the gap. Another check came on the 3rd day, again watching color and warmth. By a week, edges were rubbed smooth, and ties were reviewed. All findings moved to a slip with short lines and neat dates. Hands used simple tests to protect blood flow and touch. Fingertips stayed visible when possible for color and refill checks. A soft pinch tested feeling, and gentle press tested return. If nails grew pale and stayed pale, pressure was eased at once. If skin felt hot, linen cooled the area with damp cloth. If skin grew numb, a tie moved and padding increased. Quiet steps carried messages to the record desk for note. Children and elders received extra padding and shorter check intervals. Small limbs asked for lighter splints and fewer plaster layers. Joints were protected with soft collars of wool under linen. Slings were adjusted so neck and shoulder shared the load. Night rest kept the limb high to reduce swelling by morning. In warm months, air moved across the wrap with a slow fan. A simple reed fan stirred cool air over a quiet bed. The manual described special cases with the same steady logic. Finger breaks used thin splints and narrow bands for precision. A neighbor finger sometimes served as a helper splint for extra stability. Rib care avoided hard wraps. Broad bandage held the chest evenly. Breath stayed slow and shallow only at first, then lengthened by day. Collarbone support relied on slings and crossed bands over the back. Each plan used padding, alignment, and gentle checks in turn. Care did not end with a dry wrap. Small tasks guarded recovery. Skin at edges received a touch of oil to prevent cracks. Cloth under straps was changed often to reduce damp and rubbing. The floor stayed swept so dust would not cling to wet plaster. Water jars were capped since drips weakened the outer layer. A shaded courtyard allowed air to pass without bright heat. Mortar and bowl rested clean, upside down on a cloth. Removal came when healing had grown strong enough to test. A wet cloth softened the outer bandage where the cut would run. A thin spatula, a flat, dull tool for lifting layers, slipped under the edge. A slow, even pry opened a seam without sudden breaks. Ties came off one by one, and splints lifted free. The limbs stayed cradled on padding while the wrap unwound. Cool water eased the skin as air touched it again. After removal, support decreased gently in small steps. A soft bandage replaced the hard wrap for a short period. Light movement returned by measured counts, never fast or far. Oil rubbed along muscles to warm and ease stiffness. At night, a sling or board gave rest without weight. Checks continued weekly until shape, motion, and strength balanced again. Paper rustled as short notes marked each change. Records and teaching gave the method long life beyond one room. The Kitab al-Tasrif, a 30-book medical manual, listed tools and steps. Lines set simple if-then guides for swelling, heat, and color. Margins carried counts for checks and times for rewraps. Sketch marks showed tie spacing and splint length along a limb. Students copied these pages on burnished paper with black ink. A stylus tapped gently as pages dried beside a shaded courtyard. Storerooms kept materials clean and ready across the seasons. Gypsum jars were sealed against damp and labeled by weight. Linen rolls were boiled, dried in sun, and stored in cedar chests. Wooden splints were smoothed, oiled thinly, and kept in size bundles. Slings were washed and hung from pegs away from smoke. Small tools lived in cloth sleeves to guard edges and points. The scent of cedar and clean cloth mixed in the cool air. Travel kits carried this care to homes and fields when needed. A small chest held short splints, bandage rolls, wool, and ties. A leather pouch kept a little gypsum and a narrow mortar safe. A stoppered flask carried vinegar water for cleaning and cooling. A simple board served for alignment and lifting during checks. Rope handles creaked softly as the chest moved over stone. Work could begin by lamplight or near a bright doorway. The method avoided strain by sharing loads and setting limits. Ties were retightened only after checks, never by guess or rush. Splints took the main burden. Bandage fixed and smoothed the whole. If pain rose, edges were checked first, then pressure and angle. If skin grew damp, cloth changed, and air passed across the wrap. These steps repeated calmly until the limb settled again. The room kept its soft hush while water jars cooled the stone. Seasonal advice filled short pages for heat and cold. In summer, lighter layers and more shade protected skin under plaster. In winter, wraps dried near warm air but away from open fire. Wool collars guarded joints from chill when movement began. Slings adjusted over thicker garments without squeezing the neck. Checks came a little sooner when weather shifted fast. A light drum of rain on the roof sometimes set the pace. Fracture care relied on persons who watched and recorded with care. Assistants counted strips, timed rests, and lifted splints in sync. One watched fingers while another smoothed the wet bandage. A third wrote a single line for each action in quiet script. Footsteps softened over plaster floors as tools returned to shelves. The lamp burned with a low, steady flame while voices stayed low. Mortar tapped in a bowl. Wetted wraps cooled the skin again. Over many weeks, these calm routines shaped steady recovery. Alignment began with slow traction and ended with simple support. Padding protected, bandage fixed, and gypsum made a firm shell. Checks by day guided small changes that kept pressure right. Records tied one visit to the next in plain, short lines. When removal came, movement returned by small, careful steps. Night air held a faint chalk scent as the room grew still. Care for bladder stones in the late 10th and early 11th centuries followed steady rules. Notes linked to Al-Zahrawi described slow steps, warm oil, and limited force. The goal was relief without harm, using simple tools with clear shapes. Oil warmed in a small lamp while cloth pads waited on a low shelf. Water jars stood cool against plaster walls. Metal lay quiet on a linen cover. Cloth pads whispered under the hands as the room settled. The work began with calm review and gentle checks. A clerk read short lines naming age, pains, and how long they lasted. Urine color and flow were noted in plain words. If the signs matched stone disease, testing came next with a thin tool, a sound, a slender metal probe for finding a stone, rested ready. Lubricant eased the way and guarded tender tissue. The probe moved only with light pressure and a short path. When a firm tap answered back, plans moved forward. Tools for this care stayed few and well known. A catheter, a hollow tube for draining urine, lay coiled in a shallow tray. A dilator, a tool that gently widens a passage, came in small sizes. A scoop with a smooth lip waited near the tray's edge. Slender forceps closed and opened with even teeth and a soft click. A speculum, a tool that holds a passage open, turned on a small screw. Threads, pledgets of linen, and a small syringe stood by. The air carried warm oil and faint charcoal. Positioning guided the whole task and kept pressure low. The person lay on a firm board with hips supported by folded cloth. Knees drew up in a gentle bend and rested on padded rolls. Assistants stood at each side to steady the legs without strain. A strap held the thighs with soft pressure for short periods. The lower back rested flat so the abdomen stayed calm. Oil warmed in a lamp dish and ran clear on the fingers. The room remained still except for a slow breath. Staging came next, with time given to each small step. Lubricant eased the opening and reduced rubbing from tools. A small dilator pressed inward, then paused to let tissue relax. It withdrew, was warmed, and passed again at the same depth. A larger size followed only if the first moved freely and without pain. Each pass used short strokes and stopped at a fixed mark. Cloth pads whispered under the hands as the board stayed steady. Sounding confirmed the stone before any plan to remove it. The sound passed with oil and advanced a thumb's length at most. When the tip touched the calculus, a gentle, dull click replied. The tool then moved back and touched again to confirm the line. If no tap came, the plan paused and the room rested. If the click returned from more than one angle, the stone lay free. The catheter then drained what it could, easing pressure. Water trickled softly into a bowl. The manual set simple if-then paths to guide action. If the stone was small and lay near the opening, gentle easing out was tried. If the stone was larger and lay deeper, staged removal followed. If swelling or fever signs appeared, all work stopped and rest began. If bleeding appeared, packing with soft pledgets came first, then a pause. These lines gave calm order to a tense task. The room held to those lines without haste or sharp change. When gentle easing was possible, tools stayed simple and small. A speculum opened a little and held its place without force. Forceps entered with tips closed and oiled, then opened only slightly. The stone was touched, not squeezed, and moved toward the opening. The path stayed straight, with no twisting or pull to the side. a scoop supported from beneath to prevent a slip. If movement stopped, all tools withdrew and the room rested. Warm oil renewed the path before any second try. Some cases asked for a small opening under strict limits. The manual warned to choose this path only when signs were clear. A narrow point blade marked the spot with care, away from vessels. The cut stayed short, just enough for controlled removal. Packing with soft cloth controlled seepage and kept the site clean. At once tools withdrew and quiet pressure closed the gap. Details remained restrained and brief, and the room returned to calm tasks. Irrigation, a warm water rinse, cleared grit after the stone moved. A small syringe drew warm water from a clean bowl. The tip rested lightly at the entrance while water flowed and returned. This rinse passed 2 or 3 times until the flow ran clear. The catheter drained again to reduce pressure inside. Cloth pads replaced any wet linen near the opening. A screen softened lamplight while notes reached the desk. After removal, posture and rest mattered for comfort and safety. The person lay on one side with knees still supported. A folded cloth elevated the hips to protect drainage. The board stayed level to prevent pulling at the tender site. Warmth rose from a brick wrapped in cloth and placed near the feet. A cup of barley water stood by for sips at intervals. Footsteps softened over plaster floors as helpers moved away. The room became very quiet. Checks followed in short, set visits through the next days. A clerk listed day, hour, urine flow, and any discomfort. If urine stained the cloth red, the note used calm words and counted drops. If fever signs grew, rest deepened and a pause rule applied. If flow improved, light movement resumed and food returned slowly. The catheter, if left in place, was turned gently and removed soon. Oil kept the tube from sticking to the tender passage. Tools received careful cleaning and storage after each use. Forceps, sounds, and scoop bathed in warm water and vinegar. Cloth dried them on a board away from dust and smoke. A wire passed through tiny holes to clear hidden grit. Edges were checked against leather to find burrs or dings. Once dry, a thin oil coat guarded metal from stain. Each tool returned to its sleeve, then to a cedar chest. The faint scent of oil and wood lingered in the cool air. Teaching used models to avoid harm and spread skill safely. A bladder model in leather showed angles and depth with lines. Students learned to stop at the line rather than press farther. A reed pen drew routes on a waxed board for practice. The lesson stressed hands that rested more than they pushed. A senior assistant timed passes and lifts in a slow count. Paper rustled softly as headings aligned into steady lists. The method lived in notes and in hands that moved with care. The text also explained differences by age and form. For children, tools were smaller and passes were shorter. For elders, rests grew longer and warmth was kept gentle. For women, modesty screens stood and positions changed slightly. In all cases, lubrication and patience came first, not force. Stones that were too large met the caution rule at once. Delay and rest protected the person until swelling passed. The room favored quiet over speed. Warnings filled a short page in firm, even lines. Do not work during sharp fever or fresh swelling. Do not twist a tool to gain ground. Do not cut wide for a small stone. Do not leave the bladder dry or overfull. Keep the room warm but not hot, and keep oil clean. Replace cloth that grows wet as soon as possible. Write each change in a single line with date and hour. Food and drink after care stayed light and cooling. Barley water and thin gruels appeared first in small measures. Strong spices and heavy meals waited several days. Walks were short and never far from a bench or bed. Sleep came with a folded cloth at the back to keep the posture. A reed fan stirred warm night air over a quiet table. The lamp showed a low, steady flame behind a screen. When pain returned, the plan stepped back to earlier checks. Sounding confirmed whether fragments remained inside. If taps were dull and far apart, rest and drink returned as before. If taps were clear and close, a short rinse removed the grit. In all cases, words stayed calm and actions stayed small. The record grew by lines rather than by speeches. Metal rang lightly on a tray, then fell still. Across years, this routine set the tone for careful practice. It joined simple tools, warm oil, and steady hands. It used positions that spared strain and protected tissue. It preferred pauses and staging to sudden force. It relied on clean notes that any clerk could copy. It kept the body's course in mind and followed it gently. Cloth pads whispered under the hands as oil warmed in a small lamp. Storerooms supported the method with labeled shelves. Oil jars carried dates and batch marks on small tags. Linen rolled to fixed lengths for packing and covers. Catheters rested in narrow slots, sorted by size and bend. Sounds lay in pairs inside a fitted holder of wood. A small brazier kept embers for gentle heat when needed. The faint ember breath joined the soft hush of the hall. On travel days, a compact kit carried what the routine required. A leather case held 2 sounds, 1 scoop, and a small forceps. A tin box carried pledgets, thread, and a folded speculum. A stoppered bottle contained oil with wick and tiny lamp. A wax tablet rode in a side pocket for notes in the field. Rope handles creaked once as the case moved from shelf to shoulder. Footfalls faded down a corridor of cool stone. In this way, care for bladder stones became a measured craft. It rested on positioning, warmth, and slow, precise motions. It used few instruments and kept them plain and clean. It wrote what it did and checked what it wrote. It weighed risk against relief and chose the calm path. The room stayed even in light and sound. Oil warmed in a small lamp. Cloth pads whispered under the hands. Dental work in late 10th and early 11th century Cordoba used small, clear tools. The set included forceps, a lever, scrapers, and narrow files. A rinse bowl stood ready with warm water and salt. A lamp gave steady light across a low chair and side table. Linen folded on a tray, and oil sat in a tiny cup. A wooden wedge for the molars waited near the bowl. The room stayed calm and plain. A rinse bowl trembled softly. Metal touched enamel with a faint tick. The forceps looked like short tongs with shaped beaks for different teeth. The lever, a thin wedge that lifts a tooth from the socket, lay beside them. A scraper, a hook for tartar and debris, kept inner surfaces clean. Narrow files smoothed sharp edges that cut the lip or cheek. A probe with a rounded tip checked depth without cutting. A small spoon mirror, polished metal, helped view shaded corners. Linen pads sat ready for moisture and support. Each tool rested on a narrow cloth to keep grit away. Preparation favored stillness and simple order. The person sat upright with head supported by a folded cloth. The lamp stood at one side so shadows stayed soft and wide. The wedge opened the bite just enough, then rested without strain. Water warmed, and a mild rinse cleared loose debris. Oil touched the instrument tips to ease entry and reduce friction. The thin air of the room carried a faint oil note. Footsteps softened over plaster while the bowl's rim clicked once. Examination came first, guided by touch and short taps. A finger wrapped in linen pressed the gum to feel warmth and swelling. The probe explored slowly along enamel, avoiding sudden pushes or deep angles. Gentle percussion used the handle of the probe to tap a crown. A firm, dull note suggested deep trouble. A bright note suggested a sound hold. The record named the tooth by place and line. If loosening threatened the mouth, removal followed careful steps. If edges alone caused cuts, filing and smoothing were enough. Short notes from the manual advised firm support before any pull. One hand steadied the lower jaw at the angle, keeping it from sudden shift. The other hand placed the forceps low on the crown, not high on brittle tips. Pressure closed with a slow, even squeeze, then paused. A gentle rocking began, front to back, then side to side, within small bounds. The pull rose only when the tooth moved freely. If movement stopped, tools rested. Metal cooled on linen while a rinse cleared dust. When the crown broke or lay far below the gum, the lever worked first. The lever slid along the root with oil and a narrow pad beneath it. The pad saved the neighboring gum from pressure. The lever turned slightly, lifting a hair's width at a time. Pause followed each lift so fibers could relax. The support hand kept the jaw still and aligned. If lift failed twice, the step stopped. A warm compress settled over the cheek before any second try. Files and scrapers handled sharp or rough enamel. The scraper met hard scale, tartar, a mineral crust, with short pulling strokes. Each stroke ended before the gum line to avoid a cut. Files smoothed points left by wear or past breaks. The worker checked progress with a clean cloth that snagged on roughness. When the cloth glided over the surface, the job was done. The mouth rinsed again with warm water and salt. A faint scratch sounded, then faded under the bowl's small ring. Gum care used mild powders and gentle pressure. A pledget of linen carried ground salt in honey or water. It rested against tender places for a brief count, then lifted. If swelling rose, a cool compress returned twice a day. If small bleeding appeared, a dry dressing stayed in place and the room grew quiet. The manual warned against strong bites, hot drinks, or rough seeds for a short time. Food remained soft and simple for several days. Notes marked each change on a small wax tablet. Pain relief stayed modest and local in these pages. Cool water rinses came first, then rest and a dark room. If sleep was thin, warm compresses supported the jaw and muscles. Plant pastes were listed, but doses stayed light and brief. The method preferred time and quiet to heavy mixtures. Scraping or extraction never began during fever or wide swelling. That line stood in firm words. The lamp flame remained low behind a screen. Mouth cleaning tools sat near the dental set. A toothstick, a small trimmed twig for cleaning teeth, sat in a sleeve of linen. The end was chewed softly until it spread like a small brush. Ash and salt mixed into a mild paste in a shallow dish. The stick lifted food and soft film from the necks of teeth. Rinse water followed each pass. Scraping reserved for hard scale stayed rare and careful. The goal was comfort and smooth surfaces, not heavy abrasion. Position and support mattered during every step. For an upper tooth, the head inclined slightly forward to spare the throat. For a lower tooth, the jaw rested on the support hand, palm to bone. The wedge opened the molars without strain and could be removed at once. The forceps aligned with the tooth's long axis to prevent snap. The lever lifted along the root, not across it. Linen caught small fragments before they fell. The rinse bowl waited, steady and close. Warnings filled a short column with even lines. Do not twist the tooth with a sudden turn. Do not pull high on a brittle crown. Do not scrape deeply under the gum line. Do not press the lever without a protective pad. Do not work during sharp fever or spreading redness. Do not leave loose fragments. Do not forget the support hand. Each warning pointed back to slow steps and low force. The air stayed still as the list was read and set aside. Aftercare focused on clean rest and staged checks. The mouth rinsed lightly 3 times on the first day. Linen plugs changed when damp and never stayed overnight. Food remained soft and lukewarm. Broth, porridge, and simple bread. On the second day, the clerk noted swelling and comfort in one line. On the third day, the file might return for a light pass if roughness remained. If signs were calm by the 5th day, records closed. A reed pen scratched quietly over the wax tablet. Tools received the same care after mouthwork as after any task. Water and vinegar washed the instruments in a broad bowl. A fine brush cleaned between beaks and under file teeth. Whetstones renewed scraper edges with small, level strokes. A leather strop aligned the file tips. Dry cloth lifted moisture from joints and hinges. A thin coat of oil guarded metal against air. The kit returned to a cedar box with snug slots and a faint wood scent. Teaching stayed close to objects and models. A wax jaw held marks for root lines and angles. Students practiced the support grip before touching a tool. They learned the wedge, the pad, and the short rocking motion. They filed wax points until passes were smooth and even. The lever steps were timed in slow counts, with rests between lifts. When notes matched hands, practice moved to animal jaws from the butcher. The room kept a quiet, steady rhythm. Records sometimes mentioned tooth shaping for speech or bite. Files shortened a long edge that struck its mate too soon. A scrape thinned a thick ridge that pressed the lip. The goal was balance, not fashion or show. Each change was small and then tested with a cloth. If cloth tore, work returned. If cloth slid, the bowl rang once and the set closed. A reed fan moved warm air in a slow sweep. The lamp cast a soft, even light across the bench. For cracked teeth that still held firm, bands and pastes appeared. A narrow strip of metal bound a crown while the gum recovered. Pastes of resin and ash filled a small pit and kept food away. These measures aimed to delay loss and spare the root. The notes added a caution line. Such measures were for calm mouths only. If pain rose or swelling spread, removal replaced repair. The bowl then stood ready with warm rinse. Cloth pads waited near the tray's edge. Travel sets carried the dental tools in compact sleeves. A roll of leather held forceps, lever, 2 files, and a scraper. A small bottle of oil rode in a pocket beside linen pads. A folded wedge of wood slid into a narrow slot. A lidded tin protected salt and ash for rinses, the roll tied with a cord and rested in a basket. Rope handles creaked once as it moved through a shaded corridor. The manual's style stayed consistent, short lines, clear terms, and if-then steps. If the tooth moved with gentle rocking, continue. If not, rest and return later. If bleeding was small, press with linen. If it grew, halt and observe. If scale resisted the scraper, stop before the gum and soften it first. These lines turned a hard task into a steady craft. They valued patience more than strength. Metal answered enamel with a faint tick and then fell quiet. In the clinic, dental care shared shelves with other tools. The cautery irons lay apart to be used rarely for gum overgrowth. The small syringe helped rinse where water alone could not reach. Powder jars carried simple labels with dates and sources. A ledger counted cloth and oil, so nothing ran short. The room favored order that saved time and eased minds. Footfalls faded as the lamp wick settled to a low glow. Across years, these pages preserved a practical approach to the mouth. The work used few tools but used them well. It guarded the jaw with a firm support hand. It chose slow rocking over fast pulling. It kept edges smooth and gums quiet. It wrote each outcome in simple lines for later hands to read. A rinse bowl trembled softly. Metal touched enamel with a faint tick. 11th century entries from Al-Andalus described a plain birth room with simple order. Lamps stood behind screens so light stayed warm and even. Water warmed in a glazed jar near a low brazier. Linen smelled clean after drying in sun and wind. Cushions and folded cloths supported back, hips, and knees. A low stool waited, along with mats for floor support. Bowls, oil, and bandages rested on a cedar shelf. A low voice measured breaths in the warm room. The setting favored quiet, modest light, and easy movement. The toolkit began with cords, bandages, and a small knife. A ligature, a tied cord used to close a vessel or cord, was cut to different lengths. Bandages rolled in narrow and wide widths sat ready by size. Salve, a soft ointment of oil and wax, filled a small covered pot. Wool pads rested in a lidded basket. Sponges waited in a shallow dish near the water jar. A swaddling band and a narrow cap lay folded on a tray. The kit traveled in a leather case and opened to fixed places. Position came first, and the notes offered several calm choices. Side-lying on cushions eased strain and allowed steady breath counting. Upright on a birth stool opened the pelvis and kept weight forward. Kneeling over a padded bench let the back relax between efforts. Each position used folded linen for careful support. The lamp shifted to reduce shadows and glare. A helper kept a hand at the lower back to steady the body. Breath stayed slow and even, guided by a low counting voice. Timekeeping remained simple and practical. The pages counted by breaths and short spans, not by strict hours. A water bowl sometimes served as a quiet measure. Drops fell at a set pace. Scholars suggest a small water clock existed in some halls. Here, the text favored visible signs and a steady pace. Notes marked the start of regular tightening and the change in intervals. The lamp wick trimmed down as night stretched on. Care stayed gentle and focused on small steps. Early labor care used warmth, rest, and light food. Warm cloths pressed on the lower back brought relief between waves. Oil eased dry skin and allowed a calm hand to rub tense muscles. Water with a little honey helped when mouths dried. The room stayed tidy, with tools laid flat and counted. Visits remained limited to trained helpers. Doors closed softly, and a reed fan moved warm air. The aim was comfort and steady rhythm rather than force or speed. Cleanliness followed clear, simple habits. Hands washed with water and vinegar at each step. Nails stayed short and smooth. Linen covered the bench and changed when damp. Sponges rinsed in warm water and were pressed dry. Bowls were wiped with clean cloth between uses. The small knife touched only cord or bandage and returned to its sleeve. Oil pots closed after every use to keep dust away. The air smelled of clean linen and faint wax. As birth neared, the text described guarding the opening with cloth. A folded pad supported the perineum, the tissue between the birth passage and the anus. Salve softened the skin where strain was greatest. The support hand did not push, it simply steadied and guided. Breaths stayed slow, with short holding only when needed. One helper watched the lamp and shadow lines across the lower abdomen. Another kept cloths warm and ready by the brazier. The room's sounds remained small and even. When the baby came, the steps stayed brief and calm. The mouth and nose were cleared with soft wool, not deep and never rough. The body rested skin to skin on the chest under a warm cloth. A second cloth wrapped the back and feet. The lamp moved slightly to reduce glare on new eyes. The low voice counted breaths again, now light and regular. A helper noted color and movement without hurry. Oil warmed in a small lamp for dry skin if needed. Cord care followed a clear pattern in the pages. 2 ligatures tied the umbilical cord a short space apart. A small knife cut between the ties with one slow, clean motion. The stump dried in air, then received a light dusting if moisture gathered. Some notes allowed a mild powder of salt and plant ash. Others preferred leaving the stump dry and uncovered. A clean cloth folded over the area to keep it from rubbing. The bowl received the knife for washing before it returned to its sleeve. Guarding against tears remained a steady theme. The support cloth stayed firm during each strong breath, then relaxed between them. Oil reduced friction where skin stretched most. If the tissue looked thin, the helper recommended smaller, shorter pushes. The counting voice shortened the hold and lengthened the rests. If a small tear appeared, pressure with a clean pad controlled bleeding. A cool compress followed for several minutes. Salve sealed the surface and kept edges from rubbing. The steps stayed quiet and methodical. In some cases, the notes allowed a stitch with absorbable thread. A curved needle and fine thread closed a small, clean cut. The line advised shallow bites, regular spacing, and no tight knots. If swelling rose quickly, stitches waited until the next day. This guidance appeared with careful hedges and short lines. It suggested asking a senior hand when in doubt. After any closure, rest and cleanliness ranked above all. The lamp flame fell lower, and the room grew still. Post-birth care used pads, warm drinks, and checks by daylight. Linen pads changed often and did not stay long when wet. A folded cloth pressed the lower abdomen in short, gentle sets. Warm water and light broth helped after thirst returned. A helper counted pulse at the wrist and watched breath. The pages suggested a second look at the area after a short rest. If all stayed quiet, the mother ate soft bread and oil. The room kept a mild heat and dim light. The newborn received simple, regular care. The first wrap remained dry and snug, not tight. A soft cloth cap covered the head if air felt cool. The baby stayed close to the chest for warmth and steady rhythm. The helper checked breathing and color with the same low voice. No strong scents touched the skin. Bathing waited for warmth and calm, never in a draft. The pages preferred patience to frequent washing. The room sounds settled into breaths and small movements. Records captured each step with a few plain lines. The date, place, and names of helpers came first. Position choices and changes followed. The time of cord ligature and cut was written clearly. Any tear, pad, or stitch received a short note. The newborn's first breaths and first warm wrap were both marked. Oil used and linen spent were counted for the store ledger. The record ended with the room left in order. A reed pen dried in a tray near the lamp. Training relied on practice with cloth models and slow drills. Students tied ligatures on cords of wool until knots felt sure. They changed pads quickly without sliding the support hand. They practiced breath counting at a steady pace for minutes at a time. They learned the path from shelf to bench, so movement stayed short. They trimmed nails and tested gloves of thin linen. They packed and unpacked the birth kit until each place was known. The room stayed quiet as the drills repeated. The text included a small list for travel sets. A leather roll held ligature cords by size and type. A narrow case carried the knife, needle, and thread. A covered pot protected salve from heat and dust. A folded wedge and 2 pads rested under a strap. 2 small bowls nested to save space. The roll tied with a cord and fit in a basket. Rope handles creaked once against plaster as it moved along a corridor. Hygiene and rest filled the closing lines of each section. Instruments washed in warm water and vinegar, then dried on linen. The knife edge touched a strop before it slept in its sleeve. The bowls stood mouth down on a clean board until morning. Linen went to the washcord and soaked, then dried in sun. The floor swept clean, and ash collected from the brazier. The brazier's embers dimmed and the screen moved closer. The air felt warm and plain. Rare difficulties appeared only in brief, careful phrases. If progress slowed, position changed and patience returned. If strong bleeding began, pads pressed firmly and help was called. The pages named plant mixtures and pressure, not sharp force. Tools for harder cases were listed, but details stayed thin here. The emphasis returned to simple measures and calm steps. The record noted the hour and the change in care. The room continued in low voices and steady movements. Milk and rest took attention in the following notes. Warm water and porridge came first during the evening. Gentle heat soothed the back and belly. The room avoided noise and bright light. Swaddling remained snug, but allowed the chest to rise easily. The baby's breathing set a quiet pace for the night. Linen smelled clean, and the lamp burned small behind its screen. Footfalls softened along the plaster hall outside. In the days after birth, the routine stayed measured. Linen pads decreased as flow eased. Walks in the courtyard came short and slow. Food gained weight with soup, bread, and fruit. Sleep alternated with quiet waking near a window. Urine and stool were checked in simple, calm lines. Salve returned if skin dried or rubbed. A clerk wrote each change with a reed pen on smooth paper. The method closed each entry with a checklist for stores. Ligature cords counted and replaced by size. Bandages rolled and tied with thin thread. Salve pot filled and labeled with date and maker. Sponges rinsed and dried on a string by the window. Bowls set ready on the shelf's front edge. The leather roll closed and tied. The door's latch fell softly, and the lamp wick lowered. Linen smelled clean. A low voice measured breaths in the warm room. Entries from the late 10th and early 11th centuries organized small complaints with care. The space stayed plain. A patient bench, a low table, and shelves. Lamps behind screens kept light even and mild. A water jar stood by a brazier for gentle warmth. Jars held oil, vinegar, salt, and simple plant resins. Reed trays lined up clean wool, narrow bandage, and folded pads. A tiny spoon clinked in oil. A patient bench creaked once. The routine favored short steps, slow checks, and written notes after each task. The toolkit began with simple viewing tools and soft packing. A speculum, a small tool to open a passage for viewing, lay with 2 sizes. A curette, a spoon-shaped scraper, rested beside it for wax or soft debris. Fine hooks and short forceps helped move small tissue and plugs. Cautery, controlled heat to close or dry tissue, had thin tips for safe points. Reed droppers measured oil and water in patient, even drops. Wool pledgets sat ready for nose packing by width and length. Linen strips tied in clean rolls waited on a cedar board. Records used short, if-then lines drawn from older habits. If bleeding stayed light, then cool cloth and pressure came first. If bleeding returned, then astringent, a substance that tightens and dries. Powder followed. If blockage felt soft, then oil drops and rest began the plan. If hard material stuck, then a small curette lifted it in one pass. If soreness rose after work, then warm oil soothed the area. Each line held one choice and one action. The clerk wrote date, items used, and next visit time. For nosebleed care, the steps stayed slow and clear. The patient sat upright, head gently forward to keep throat clear. A cool cloth pressed the bridge of the nose for a short span. If bleeding eased, wool packing was not used. If bleeding continued, a narrow wool strip rolled with oil and a little astringent went in. The strip passed only a short distance, never deep. Pressure stayed on the soft nose walls. If bleeding stopped, the clerk wrote the time and strip length. The room returned to quiet breathing and even light. Chronic nosebleed entries offered a careful second stage. If packing did not hold, a small cautery tip touched a safe spot. The safe spot lay where vessels showed clear on the front septum. The tip met tissue only for a moment, then lifted away. Oil cooled the area with one drop after heat. A second drop followed after the count reached 10. The nose rested with a light outer pad. The notes marked heat level, drop count, and the checker's name. The lamp stayed steady, and the bench did not move. Nasal blockage came next in the lists. If swelling and mucus filled the passage, warm steam softened the area. Oil drops followed, 2 per side, with the head slightly back. If a soft plug remained, the curette lifted it with one light scoop. The speculum opened just enough for sight, not for force. If the blockage returned after days, a mild astringent powder came next. If a small growth appeared, the notes used the term polyp, a soft growth from the lining. Salve and rest came first, and heat only if needed later. Ear care began with warmth, patience, and clear view. Oil warmed near the brazier to the touch of a wrist. 2 drops eased into the ear canal with a reed dropper. The head turned so oil stayed in place for a short count. The speculum opened only to the size needed for light. If wax looked soft, the curette lifted a small amount at a time. If wax stayed hard, the notes told to wait and repeat drops later. Water as warm as the wrist rinsed away what loosened. Cloth caught any spill with a light press. Some ear cases brought soreness with discharge. The text used calm hedges and simple steps. If warmth and drops eased pain, no instrument entered the canal. If swelling rose, a light cotton wick carried oil and medicine. The wick, a narrow twisted strip, stayed short and was changed often. Vinegar and water cleaned the outer ear, not the canal itself. The lamp moved to avoid glare on wet surfaces. The clerk wrote wick size, oil type, and change times. Footsteps softened over plaster as the room stayed still. Throat care listed gargles and soothing salves by the season. Gargle, a rinse for the throat that is not swallowed, used warm water, salt, and honey. A cloth wrapped around the neck held a mild heat. If tonsils looked swollen, the list favored rinses and rest. If breathing stayed easy but tissue looked chronic and enlarged, a guarded point of cautery touched for a moment. The tip cooled on stone between touches. A small cup measured sips of warm drink afterward. The notes named the mixture and counted the rinses. The manual also recorded small nose and throat obstructions. If a grain or seed blocked a passage, gentle pressure from behind moved it forward. If light forceps could reach, one pass removed the item. If the item slipped deeper, the text advised rest and warm steam first. It avoided deep probing and asked for a senior hand in such cases. The record named the object when known and marked the plan. The bench creaked softly when weight shifted, then fell quiet again. Oil lamps burned with low, even flame. Cleanliness remained steady across all tasks. Hands washed with water and vinegar before and after each step. Nails stayed short and edges smooth. Tools met warm water first, then vinegar, then a dry cloth. Iron tips touched a strop, and then a thin smear of oil. Wool and linen were stored in covered baskets against dust. The speculum hinges received a drop of oil when they felt stiff. The curette's spoon checked for nicks on a thin reed. Shelves kept a fixed order so hands found things without search. The space stayed arranged for short, exact motions. The lamp stood at shoulder height behind a screen. The water jar rested on a raised stone so drops fell easily. The mortar and pestle waited on a low board for quick mixing. A list hung on a wooden peg with reed cord. It named oil types, astringent weights, and clean cloth counts. The list showed the date at top in clear hand. An apprentice read the list each morning and matched the shelf. Paper rustled softly as headings aligned into tidy lines. Training used models, timed practice, and small tests. Apprentices packed a dried fish skin with wool strips to learn gentle pressure. They dropped oil onto a slate mark until drops matched in size. They opened the speculum by small amounts, counting each notch. They touched the cooled cautery to clay targets at set points. The senior checked spacing and steadiness, not speed. The reed pen wrote notes on grip, angle, and force. Students repeated steps until movements felt quiet and sure. The room stayed warm, with only low voices. Measures and weights kept mixtures consistent. A small balance and stone weights sat in a wooden case. Powders like alum weighed in half-dram steps for nose packing. Oil measured by drops for ear and throat care. Vinegar mixed with water in a set ratio once, then used all day. Labels marked each jar with date and maker. If a jar stayed open too long, the clerk recorded and replaced it. The balance beam clicked softly, then rested level. The low sound matched the quiet pace of the room. Follow-up visits appeared as short lines on a narrow slip. Nose packing returned in one day for removal and view. Ear oil repeated morning and evening for 2 days, then recheck. Gargles counted by sets across the afternoon, then a final warm drink. If skin reddened, the plan paused and softened. If comfort returned, the plan resumed with fewer steps. The clerk copied the slip into the main book at dusk. A tiny spoon clinked in oil, and the patient bench creaked once. The lamp wick trimmed down, and light stayed even. The room for eye care stayed calm and spare. A bench faced a screen that softened the lamp. Daylight entered across one wall in a narrow band. A lamp wick hissed faintly. Its flame stayed low. A narrow blade rested on folded cloth beside weights. Small jars held powders, oils, and pastes by name. A reed dropper and tiny spoon lay near a mortar. Linen squares sat stacked in a wooden tray. Water cooled in a glazed bowl by the wall. Every piece kept its place for steady hands. The room for eye care stayed calm and spare. A bench faced a screen that softened the lamp. Daylight entered across one wall in a narrow band. A lamp wick hissed faintly. Its flame stayed low. A narrow blade rested on folded cloth beside weights. Small jars held powders, oils, and pastes by name. A reed dropper and tiny spoon lay near a mortar. Linen squares sat stacked in a wooden tray. Water cooled in a glazed bowl by the wall. Every piece kept its place for steady hands. The toolkit met the tasks with small, exact shapes. A speculum, a tool that opens the lids for viewing, came in 2 sizes. A fine needle, round and stiff, rested in a case. Short forceps gripped lashes or small tissue with light teeth. A delicate knife had a narrow, smooth edge for rim work. Probes checked passage and guided salve under a lid. A collyrium, a medicine for the eye mixed as a salve, filled capped jars. A straight pin supported thin bandage at the brow. All edges were clean, bright, and free of burrs. Linen ties gathered hair away from the eyes. Light and position mattered at every stage. Texts recommended steady, even light from one side. The bench allowed the head to rest on a firm roll. An assistant supported the upper lid with 2 fingers. The lower lid lifted slightly with a wrapped probe. The speculum opened only a little, never wide. The first view checked lids, lashes, and the rim. The next view checked the white and clear parts. No force met the clear part. That rule stayed fixed. The lamp moved on its stand to avoid glare. Salves formed a large part of the routine. Powders, oils, and gums combined in measured steps. Saffron, salt, and mild mineral blends appeared in lists. Rosewater or clean water made the base fluid. Gum arabic thickened a paste when needed for hold. The mortar took powders first, then drops in slow order. The pestle moved in circles until the mix turned smooth. A small sieve cleared grains that might scratch a lid. A spoon lifted the salve into a capped jar. Labels gave date, maker, and use notes in short lines. The plan for a sore or tired eye began simple. First came washing of lids with warm water and cloth. Oil touched the lash line to loosen dust and crust. The speculum, if used, opened a small degree only. A probe wrapped in linen passed under the lid's edge. The probe lifted damp cloth across the inner surface. A drop of salve met the rim in 2 small points. The eye blinked softly to spread the layer thinly. The record named the steps and the number of drops. Rest followed in a shaded corner. When a foreign speck sat under a lid, steps stayed short. The head turned away from bright light a little. The lid lifted with a wrapped probe and steady hold. A drop of oil eased movement on the inner surface. If the speck showed, the forceps took it in one pass. If it did not show, gentle sweep with cloth followed. The cloth moved from the rim toward the corner only. A rinse of warm water washed the area clean. A thin salve protected the surface while it calmed. A note set a return check for the next day. Lashes that turned inward needed patience and order. Epilation, removing a lash, used small forceps with fine tips. The lid rested on a support while the lash was held. The pull was slow even, and straight along its root. A salve cooled the line after a few lash removals. If many lashes bent inward again, heat might guide them. Cautery, a brief, controlled touch with heat, used a thin tip. The tip met the lid edge in points, not a line. Touches were few, spaced, and counted aloud for record. Oil followed to soften the margin. Small swellings along the lid appeared in the lists. A sty received warm compress and clean cloth several times. A chalazion, a small firm swelling of a lid gland, had stages. Warmth and salve came first across several days. If the swelling stayed firm, a narrow blade made a short opening. The cut followed the line of the lid, not across it. Pressure by cloth moved the contents without scraping. A small pad and strip held the place light and clean. Checks came after 1 day and again after 3. Writing stayed brief and clear. A thin fold on the eye's surface had a name, pterygium. Up pterygium, a thin fold from the white toward the clear part, grew slowly. Notes advised trimming only at the very edge. The delicate knife lifted the fold where it joined the white. The move was short, shallow, and along the rim, not across. A probe kept the clear part safe with gentle support. A little cautery sealed the base if it bled easily. A salve covered the area while the lid rested. The record named the fold's reach and the tool used. Follow-up checked smooth motion and comfort. The manual also described clouding inside the eye. Cataract, a clouded lens that dims sight, appeared in short cases. Tools included a couching needle, slender and firm. Positioning mattered more than force during this work. The head lay steady. The light came from one side. The needle entered at the outer rim with calm control. The touch was light and brief at set points. If sight improved at once, the work ended there. A bandage shaded the eye for days, with rest and checks. The notes warned not to repeat force in haste. Clean edges guarded comfort more than any other rule. Blades met a strop of fine leather before and after work. The edge drew straight, with equal strokes counted by habit. A cloth removed filings. A thin oil sealed the steel. Forceps teeth felt with a fingernail for any roughness. The speculum's hinge received a drop if it felt stiff. Tools washed in warm water, then vinegar, then dried. Jars stayed closed when hands moved to the patient. The narrow blade returned to its folded cloth after use. The lamp wick trimmed low and even. Viewing remained the quiet core of this section. Light came from one direction, never straight into the eye. The assistant held the lid in a fixed, known grip. The probe's point stayed wrapped when near the inner surface. Salve moved with the spoon along the rim, not across. Drops fell from a short height to avoid a splash. If the patient blinked, hands paused and waited. Notes always placed the clear part at the center of care. No tool crossed it except a known plan by a senior hand. The bench stayed steady through each step. Training followed the same small steps with models. Wax sheets and thin bladders held measured amounts of water. Needles learned entry and depth with gentle pressure. A goat parchment taught the feel of a lid margin. Cotton strands stood in for lashes during epilation drills. A dark bead under cloth replaced a hidden speck. Students counted drops to match size and distance. They wrote what they did and what they touched. The senior read each line and marked safe changes. A reed fan stirred warm air over the table. Records tied the room to the wider manual. Lines set dates, names, mixtures, and the place of touch. Headings matched the 30-book order by clear numbers. Jars carried the same numbers to limit confusion. Weights listed drams and drops with simple totals. A clerk copied outcomes at dusk in a neat hand. Pages dried on a cord near the shaded courtyard. A lamp wick hissed faintly while the ink set firm. The narrow blade rested again on folded cloth. The room kept its calm light and clean edges. The toolkit met the tasks with small, exact shapes. A speculum, a tool that opens the lids for viewing, came in 2 sizes. A fine needle, round and stiff, rested in a case. Short forceps gripped lashes or small tissue with light teeth. A delicate knife had a narrow, smooth edge for rim work. Probes checked passage and guided salve under a lid. A collyrium, a medicine for the eye mixed as a salve, filled capped jars. A straight pin supported thin bandage at the brow. All edges were clean, bright, and free of burrs. Linen ties gathered hair away from the eyes. Light and position mattered at every stage. Texts recommended steady, even light from one side. The bench allowed the head to rest on a firm roll. An assistant supported the upper lid with 2 fingers. The lower lid lifted slightly with a wrapped probe. The speculum opened only a little, never wide. The first view checked lids, lashes, and the rim. The next view checked the white and clear parts. No force met the clear part. That rule stayed fixed. The lamp moved on its stand to avoid glare. Salves formed a large part of the routine. Powders, oils, and gums combined in measured steps. Saffron, salt, and mild mineral blends appeared in lists. Rose water or clean water made the base fluid. Gum Arabic thickened a paste when needed for hold. The mortar took powders first, then drops in slow order. The pestle moved in circles until the mix turned smooth. A small sieve cleared grains that might scratch a lid. A spoon lifted the salve into a capped jar. Labels gave date, maker, and use notes in short lines. The plan for a sore or tired eye began simple. First came washing of lids with warm water and cloth. Oil touched the lash line to loosen dust and crust. The speculum, if used, opened a small degree only. A probe wrapped in linen passed under the lid's edge. The probe lifted damp cloth across the inner surface. A drop of salve met the rim in 2 small points. The eye blinked softly to spread the layer thinly. The record named the steps and the number of drops. Rest followed in a shaded corner. When a foreign speck sat under a lid, steps stayed short. The head turned away from bright light a little. The lid lifted with a wrapped probe and steady hold. A drop of oil eased movement on the inner surface. If the speck showed, the forceps took it in one pass. If it did not show, gentle sweep with cloth followed. The cloth moved from the rim toward the corner only. A rinse of warm water washed the area clean. A thin salve protected the surface while it calmed. A note set a return check for the next day. Lashes that turned inward needed patience and order. Epilation, removing a lash, used small forceps with fine tips. The lid rested on a support while the lash was held. The pull was slow, even, and straight along its root. A salve cooled the line after a few lash removals. If many lashes bent inward again, heat might guide them. Cautery, a brief controlled touch with heat, used a thin tip. The tip met the lid edge in points, not a line. Touches were few, spaced, and counted aloud for record. Oil followed to soften the margin. Small swellings along the lid appeared in the lists. A sty received warm compress and clean cloth several times. A chalazion, a small firm swelling of a lid gland, had stages. Warmth and salve came first across several days. If the swelling stayed firm, a narrow blade made a short opening. The cut followed the line of the lid, not across it. Pressure by cloth moved the contents without scraping. A small pad and strip held the place light and clean. Checks came after 1 day and again after 3. Writing stayed brief and clear. A thin fold on the eye's surface had a name: pterygium. A pterygium, a thin fold from the white toward the clear part, grew slowly. Notes advised trimming only at the very edge. The delicate knife lifted the fold where it joined the white. The move was short, shallow, and along the rim, not across. A probe kept the clear parts safe with gentle support. A little cautery sealed the base if it bled easily. A salve covered the area while the lid rested. The record named the fold's reach and the tool used. Follow-up checked smooth motion and comfort. The manual also described clouding inside the eye. Cataract, a clouded lens that dims sight, appeared in short cases. Tools included a couching needle, slender and firm. Positioning mattered more than force during this work. The head lay steady. The light came from one side. The needle entered at the outer rim with calm control. The touch was light and brief at set points. If sight improved at once, the work ended there. A bandage shaded the eye for days with rest and checks. The notes warned not to repeat force in haste. Clean edges guarded comfort more than any other rule. Blades met a strop of fine leather before and after work. The edge drew straight, with equal strokes counted by habit. A cloth removed filings. A thin oil sealed the steel. Forceps teeth felt with a fingernail for any roughness. The speculum's hinge received a drop if it felt stiff. Tools washed in warm water, then vinegar, then dried. Jars stayed closed when hands moved to the patient. The narrow blade returned to its folded cloth after use. The lamp wick trimmed low and even. Viewing remained the quiet core of this section. Light came from one direction, never straight into the eye. The assistant held the lid in a fixed, known grip. The probe's point stayed wrapped when near the inner surface. Salve moved with the spoon along the rim, not across. Drops fell from a short height to avoid a splash. If the patient blinked, hands paused and waited. Notes always placed the clear part at the center of care. No tool crossed it except a known plan by a senior hand. The bench stayed steady through each step. Training followed the same small steps with models. Wax sheets and thin bladders held measured amounts of water. Needles learned entry and depth with gentle pressure. A goat parchment taught the feel of a lid margin. Cotton strands stood in for lashes during epilation drills. A dark bead under cloth replaced a hidden speck. Students counted drops to match size and distance. They wrote what they did and what they touched. The senior read each line and marked safe changes. A reed fan stirred warm air over the table. Records tied the room to the wider manual. Lines set dates, names, mixtures, and the place of touch. Headings matched the 30-book order by clear numbers. Jars carried the same numbers to limit confusion. Weights listed drams and drops with simple totals. A clerk copied outcomes at dusk in a neat hand. Pages dried on a cord near the shaded courtyard. A lamp wick hissed faintly while the ink set firm. The narrow blade rested again on folded cloth. The room kept its calm light and clean edges. The pharmacy bench stood near a cool wall with steady light. Shelves held jars of aromatics, resins, minerals, and dried leaves. A scale hung from a beam above a smooth stone slab. A pestle turned in a mortar with a round, slow rhythm. A brazier sat low, ready for gentle heat when needed. Water jars leaned in the shade beside a rinsing basin. Linen squares and paper tags rested in a basket. A small knife trimmed wax seals from stopped pots. The room smelled of oil, plant gum, and faint vinegar. Work moved in quiet order throughout the day. Weights, measures, and notes guided each mixture from start to end. A balance took small brass weights in known steps. A dirham, a weight just over 3 grams, set a common unit. Larger amounts used round multiples, then returned to the dirham scale. The scribe marked name, weight, and source on a wax tablet. A reed pen copied the final recipe on smooth paper later. Jars received short labels with lines for date and maker. When a batch changed, the note stayed with the jar. Nothing left the bench without a clear line of writing. The method kept mistakes rare and brief. Liquids formed the base for many preparations in the lists. Clean water came first, drawn and settled to lose fine silt. Vinegar and wine served as sharp washes for tools and skin. Rose water cooled eyes and eased dryness after dust. Olive oil and sesame oil carried herbs into thick ointments. Warming happened slowly over the brazier, never to a boil. A covered pan managed steam well in the small room. Cloth filters and sieves removed grit before a jar was closed. A reed dropper measured small amounts without waste. The bench stayed dry around the work area. Ointments came together in simple, repeatable steps across the year. An unguent, a thick ointment of oil and wax, began with melting. Beeswax softened in a shallow pan over low coals. Oil joined in a set ratio while the pestle stirred slowly. Resin, if used, entered as a fine powder through the sieve. The mix cleared, then thickened as the pan left the heat. A spatula lifted the warm paste into capped pots, lids sealed with a roll of wax to protect the scent. Notes named uses, such as edges, dryness, or clean cover. The same ratio returned each season for trust and ease. Some pastes set firm on the skin and held cloth in place. A plaster, a spread paste that cooled into a firm layer, used gum and flour. Gum arabic soaked overnight, then met ground barley while warm. A pinch of salt drew moisture away from the skin edge. If the season felt damp, a little alum joined the blend. The paste spread thin on linen and rested until just cool. The strip then lay across the area without pulling hair. Another strip crossed it for a steady hold. The scribe recorded width, length, and count. The room stayed calm as the plaster cooled. Powders and dusting agents supported clean dressings and careful drying. Mineral salts, such as alum, appeared often in small amounts. Frankincense and myrrh ground to fine dust in the mortar. Starch from wheat or rice gave a smooth base for mixing. Each powder passed through a close-woven sieve before storage. A folded paper held small portions for single use. Dusting came after washing and before placing a cloth. The goal was dryness without cracking or heat. Labels gave the place for use, never the whole body. The pestle returned to its stand with little sound. Liquids for the throat and chest supported recovery after procedures. A syrup, a thick, sweet liquid medicine, used honey and warm water. Aromatic leaves soaked, then pressed under a small weight. The strained liquid returned to the pan for a short simmer. Honey entered, then dissolved with slow stirring until clear. A spoon measured sips by daylight hours for a few days. An electuary, a paste medicine swallowed by the spoon, mixed powders with honey. The paste pressed into small balls for even dosing. Paper tags marked number per day. The bench book kept the schedule plain. Rinses and washes prepared the site before and after work. Vinegar mixed with clean water to make a mild solution. Salt sometimes joined in small amounts for a sharper wash. Cloths soaked warm, then cooled to comfort the skin. Wine went on hand, served for tools and brief swabs. Rose water refreshed the lids and eased irritation at the rim. A final rinse with clean water ended each washing set. The basin emptied after each round and then refilled. The floor stayed dry with reed mats under the bench. Records listed how many rinses happened that day. Eye and ear preparations received special care and precise steps. Collyrium jars stood away from dust and smoke on a high shelf. Oils for the ear warmed in small cups beside the brazier. A dropper tested flow with water before touching a medicine. A tiny spoon for measuring stayed with its jar to prevent mixing. The assistant checked the lamp wick and reduced glare near the bench. When a jar opened, the lid turned upside down on a clean cloth. A line in the book noted the jar level after each use. The shelf kept clear space between groups of jars. Aromatics sometimes became distilled waters for scent and gentle cleaning. An alembic, a simple still for collecting vapors, sat on a low stand. Scholars suggest such devices stood in some city workshops. Rose petals in water warmed until vapor rose through the head. A coil cooled the vapor to droplets in a waiting cup. This produced a clear water with a light smell. It washed lids, hands, and small tools after the main rinse. The still cooled slowly with the lid lifted at the end. Cloths dried the parts before storage. Notes tracked batches by season and source. Storage protected the work from heat, light, and dust. Jars stood by type. Powders apart from oils and syrups. Stoppers used cork, wax, or tight cloth, depending on the liquid. Each row faced a paper strip that named the group. Sealed packets lay in a cedar box to resist insects. A high shelf held rare resins and costly aromatics. A lower shelf kept daily items that changed often. The wall niche contained weights in a small leather bag. A hook carried the balance where hands reached it easily. A reed broom kept the floor free of herb crumbs. Quality checks happened in small, calm routines each week. The scribe weighed the test jar and compared it with last notes. Syrup stood to show whether sediment formed at the bottom. Oils faced a smell test to catch rancid change early. Powders met a glass plate to check grit by gentle rubbing. Ointments drew a line on parchment to note drag and shine. Anything doubtful moved to a side table for reworking. The book captured reasons and next steps in short phrases. The brazier stayed dark until a change was needed. The room held a steady hush. Supplies arrived on a known circuit from markets and gardens. Merchants brought resin tiers in sealed baskets by city gate. Gardeners sent rose petals, mint, and fennel in woven trays. A copper scale checked weight while names went into the ledger. Payments used counted coin or measured silver, recorded on a slip. Empty jars returned with a note to renew stoppers. Once a month, the store listed what remained and what ran low. The clerk marked each item with a dot for reorder. The market lane outside carried a soft murmur. The bench stayed stocked without rush. Training at the bench followed the same patient method as surgery. Apprentices memorized weights, names, and steps before mixing. They practiced grinding dry peppercorns to learn steady rhythm. The master checked sieving by tapping the frame and watching flow. A lesson on heat used water, oil, and wax in measured cups. Students labeled jars and placed them by the headings. They wrote every action in the bench book with plain words. When a batch passed checks, it moved to the high shelf. The pestle returned to its mortar with a muted tap. The lamp wick hissed faintly in the quiet room. Some recipes linked directly to earlier surgical chapters. A protective salve guarded skin near the path of cautery. A soft paste eased the edges where stitches pulled at night. A mild wash kept dental tools clean between uses. A cooling syrup supported swallowing after work on the throat. A gentle oil reduced friction during careful positioning for stone care. An eye salve matched the lists from the viewing room. Each item carried the same numbering system across the manual. This kept the bench and the procedure notes in step. The result was a calm chain from shelf to table. Season and climate-shaped mixtures through the year with small changes. In summer, syrups thinned slightly and jars moved to the coolest shelf. In winter, ointments took a breath more oil to stay soft. Dusty months brought more sieving and closer jar seals. Rainy weeks asked for extra attention to drying papers. The book kept a short table with these changes for quick use. Each adjustment returned to the base recipe after the season passed. The scribe wrote the date and reason for any change. Tools stayed in their places during each revision. The bench also supported simple household care linked to recovery. A mild liniment, a thin medicated oil, eased stiff joints after rest. A vinegar foot wash refreshed workers who stood long hours. A compress with fennel and warm water calmed the brow. A chest rub mixed oil and aromatics in measured drops. None replaced surgery. They supported comfort and steady sleep. The manual framed each as helpful when used with clear limits. Paper slips went home with the jar to repeat steps. The pestle turned in a mortar with a round, slow rhythm. As the day ended, the bench returned to order in set stages. The brazier cooled with ash spread and embers covered. Tools washed in warm water, then vinegar, then dried on cloth. Weights went back into their leather bag by number. Jars turned so labels faced outward for quick reading. The book received the day's totals and any notes on stock. The reed pen rested in a small cup beside the lamp. The room kept its faint smell of oil and gum. Footsteps softened over plaster floors toward the courtyard. The pharmacy bench waited quietly for morning work. Teaching in early 11th century Cordoba used a steady rhythm and clear tools. A long table stood by a shaded courtyard with a low fountain. Reed mats covered the plaster floor, rough and cool to bare feet. Lamps burned clean oil behind small windscreens to steady the flame. Students sat with tablets, paper sheets, and a shared inkstand. A copy rack held model pages tied with string. Piled cases rested in a cedar box with numbered tags. Reed mats rustled as tablets and pages changed hands along the bench. Lessons began with the case note, arranged in a fixed order. The first line gave date, place, and a simple case number. The next lines listed age, background, and the main concern. Findings followed in short phrases, using set words for clarity. Measures came next, written in common units for weight and volume. A plan section summarized steps in calm, plain sentences. An outcome line left space for checks over several days. Students learned this pattern until it moved without strain. Copying formed the base of training before practice in the ward. Model pages showed clean letter shapes and even spacing between words. Headings used red marks to separate parts of the case sheet. A colophon, a closing line naming the scribe, ended each copy. Students compared their work against the model under steady light. Errors received a small dot and a matching note in the margin. Pages dried on cords stretched across the window frame. Paper rustled softly as sheets turned in slow sequence. Set phrases filled the model pages to guide tone and length. Signs were present, replaced loose wording with firm, simple lines. Heat was mild, stood in place of long comment on warmth. Flow reduced, marked change without extra detail. Each phrase saved time in busy rooms and reduced mistakes. The same words appeared in case after case through the months. Pupils repeated phrase lists from memory at the bench each week. The practice made writing quick and calm in demanding hours. Measurement training held a central place in the morning sessions. Weights followed the Durham scale, near 3 grams once in modern terms. Larger amounts counted by tens, then returned to the basic unit. Liquid volume used a small cup measure for minor doses. Length used the finger breadth and the cubit. Forearm length, near half a meter. Students wrote these units into tables for quick use during notes. A beam balance clicked once, then rested level on the plank. Numbers stayed round when exactness was not needed. Tables and figures helped students remember tools and their names. Small drawings labeled hook, forceps, scalpel, and cautery, head by shape. Scholars suggest some copies kept simple outlines to reduce confusion. Abbreviations marked size classes as small, middle, or large. Notes linked each instrument to the book and chapter by number. Linen rolls stored sketches so pages did not smudge under the hand. Metal samples sat in a cloth-lined tray for short handling lessons. Drafting used wax tablets before any ink touched paper or parchment. The stylus wrote shallow lines on the smooth wax surface. A damp cloth wiped errors away without wasting material. When wording felt right, the student moved to paper with a reed pen. Ink flowed from an inkwell mixed fresh at dawn. The fair copy lay flat until dry, then returned to the model rack. A quire, a folded group of sheets, gathered cases by month. The cedar box kept the quires cool and orderly. Teaching also used short models of common procedures in low detail. A splinting note listed alignment, padding, and check times by day. A cautery note named the iron, the heat, and the brief touch. A suture note gave thread, needle curve, and spacing in finger breadths. A bladderstone note described position, oil, and pauses between steps. Each model avoided strong language and left room for later detail. Students copied the models until they moved by memory. Ward supervision followed the same structure without sharp scenes. Older students stood at the foot of the bed with a slate. A quiet voice read the plan line from the case sheet. Tools came in the order listed, no crowding at the table. Linen covered the work area, and jars stood within easy reach. The supervising clerk checked time and sequence against the note. The room kept a low hum of footsteps and quiet replies. Case sheets returned to the bench for outcome lines later. Outcomes used set intervals for safe, steady follow-up. First checks happened after 1 day, then after 3 days, then 1 week. Words stayed simple, held well, loosened slightly, dry, warm, clear. If a bandage shifted, the line named the fix and time. If swelling eased, the line recorded the amount and daylight. Syrup or salve use received ticks in a small box. When the course ended, the scribe wrote one final phrase: care completed. Assessment relied on reading and measured tasks rather than surprise. Students traced a case from intake to last note on blank forms. They weighed powders to the line and named the unit aloud. They matched instruments to drawings and placed them in correct order. They set a bandage on a wrapped pole with even pull. They cut a stitch knot in wax without marking the sheet below. Each task took a quiet room, steady breath, and time. The bench book logged results with short remarks. Libraries and copy shops supported the flow of pages across the city. Papermakers sent smooth sheets in bundles by count. Copyists prepared clean headings and tables for model sets. The hospital kept one master copy under a tied cover. When pages wore down, new sets replaced them without change in order. Couriers carried extra copies to nearby towns in Al-Andalus. Dust covers protected the stacks from grit and lamp smoke. The room smelled faintly of cedar and ink. Monthly reviews looked for gaps in training and records. A clerk checked that each case carried an outcome line. Missing dates drew a quick dot and a return to the student. Tables with measures received a fresh sheet when smudged or torn. Tools lists gained a new drawing if shapes changed by season. The teaching chest counted full choirs, then added string where needed. Notes summarized what to copy during the next month. The routine stayed calm and repeatable. Students learned to index cases for later study and reference. An index page listed topics by simple words, not long phrases. Numbers pointed to choirs and sheets inside the cedar box. Colored threads marked key places for quick finding in the ward. A gloss, a short note in the margin, added a small warning or tip. Students wrote lists of common glances such as See Book XX, Chapter 5. The system made the manual and the case notes move together. Finding became easy under low light when time felt short. Some lessons joined the pharmacy bench with the ward note. A bandage line named the plaster and its ratio from the bench book. A suture line named thread type and needle curve for that tissue. A cautery line named heat level in counts of steady breaths. A rinse line named water, vinegar, or wine by the task. A comfort line listed syrup or electuary with doses and times. Students kept these links in a small pocket table. The chain held from shelf to bed and back. The teaching space also preserved older notes for careful study. Past cases lay bound by topic in low chests near the wall. Students compared new notes with older ones from different seasons. Differences often came from heat, cold, or dust in the air. A simple remark recorded why a change happened that month. The master book kept the clearest version for future use. This slow comparison taught judgment within the same calm frame. The method guarded against sudden shifts in practice. Attendance and duty lists organized who copied, who drafted, and who watched. A weekly roster balanced bench time with ward time in fair turns. Morning hours favored reading and copying while light stayed steady. Midday hours handled grinding, sieving, and labeling at the bench. Later hours saw short ward rounds with case sheets in hand. Each student signed a line in the duty tablet before leaving. The board showed tasks done and tasks due without argument. Errors received quiet correction in a measured way. The supervising clerk underlined the word or line with a thin point. A brief note named the change using one of the set phrases. The student rewrote the line on wax, then on paper in fair copy. A checkmark closed the matter without long comment. If errors repeated, more copying followed, until the shape stayed clean. The room returned to a soft hush after each correction. Pages slid back into order on the rack. Instrument lessons used dummies and simple models to avoid harm. Leather sleeves, rolled cloth, and wax blocks stood in for living tissue. Hooks tested hold and release with minimal pressure and measure. Forceps gripped linen strips by the edge and lifted without tear. Scalpels scored wax to depth marks and finger breadths. Cautery irons touched a clay tile to count the seconds safely. The lesson ended with cleaning, drying, and returning tools to the tray. The hospital's record room formed the quiet memory of the school. Shelves numbered by year carried bound quires behind cotton curtains. A spring draft kept the air dry and steady through wall vents. Keys hung on a hook behind a sealed door tag. Visitors read at a table under a single lamp with screens. When a scholar requested a copy, a clerk prepared a clean transcript. The sound within stayed paper rustle, pen tap, and light footsteps. Seasons changed, but the teaching order held the same pace. In winter, lessons clustered near midday when rooms felt warmer. In summer, copying moved to early hours before heat rose. Dusty months brought more work on covers and lamp care. Rainy weeks kept papers high, away from damp floors. The index gained a short line for each seasonal habit. Students turned pages with dry hands and slow care. The lamp wick hissed faintly. The fountain kept a light murmur. By late evening, students gathered finished pages and wiped the tablets. The reed pens rested in a cup, points turned upward to dry. Inkstones cleared with a rinse and a cloth fold. Mats rolled from the edges toward the middle of the room. The cedar box closed with a soft click under a simple strap. Footsteps faded along the corridor of plaster and stone. The bench waited for the next day's quiet work with cases and copies. Around 1000 CE in Cordoba, workrooms for instruments stood near the markets. One space joined a metal shop and a small finishing room. Charcoal sat in dry bins under a roof of tile and wood. Bars of iron and steel lay stacked by size against a cool wall. A low forge glowed, fed by leather bellows with broad seams. The bellows hissed in a slow cycle that matched steady hands. A quench bowl waited by the anvil. Tongs rested on stone. The quench bowl clicked as tongs met water. Orders for new tools came in clear, short notes. Each note named the piece, the size, and the use. Drawings showed a side view with a scale in finger breadths. A finger breadth was near 2 centimeters in modern measure. The note also named the steel class as soft, middle, or hard. Soft steel bent without breaking for springs or clamps. Hard steel held a fine edge for knives and needles. Middle steel served for cautery stems and sturdy hooks. The smith matched bar to task before any heat touched metal. Bars for scalpels were narrow and clean of pits. The smith cut short lengths and heated them to a bright color. Hammer blows shaped the blank with a thin tang for the handle. The flat edge stayed thick until later grinding on the stone. The blank cooled in still air to rest the metal inside. This step, called normalizing, a gentle cooling after shaping, reduced hidden stress. Only then did the smith harden the edge and temper it to purpose. The shop kept this order for every blade. Hardening began with a slow reheat along the cutting line. The smith watched color, not numbers, under the hooded light. When the shade looked right, the blank moved to the quench. Quench, fast cooling in water or oil, locked carbon and made the edge hard. Water gave more hardness, but could crack thin tips. Oil cooled more gently and kept the blade safer. The bowl simmered when steel met liquid. A small cloud rose and cleared. The blade then returned to low heat for temper. Temper, controlled reheat after hardening, tuned the hardness for use. A scalpel for clean cuts took a light temper for a sharp, firm edge. A dental file needed more give to resist chipping during scraping strokes. The smith judged temper by faint colors on the steel surface. A straw tone meant a hard temper. A brown tone meant more softness. The piece cooled on a stone plate to hold the chosen state. Notes on a wax board logged the tool, temper, and date. The record made later upkeep simple. Forceps and spring clamps needed a different path. The shop chose middle steel with a long grain for flexible arms. Blanks rose in temperature along their length, not at the tips. The bend formed in warm stages, with light taps and frequent checks. After shaping, the pair cooled in still air to save spring. The meeting faces were then filed flat so they touched evenly. A test piece of linen sat between the tips to show pressure marks. Only a light, even hold was accepted for ward use. Hooks served for gentle traction and came in sets by width. The smith forged a smooth curve with no sharp corner where it could break. The stem met the curve in a clean, gradual slope. Each hook received a tiny notch near the end to help hold linen. The stems shared a standard shank size to fit one handle type. This saved weight in kits carried from ward to ward. Finished hooks hung on a pegboard labeled by finger breadth. Linen ties kept each set together for quick counting. Cautery irons required strong heads and safe handles. The head shapes were round, wedge, and flat, as listed in the manual. The stem joined the head with a collar that locked the parts. Some heads detached. A small pin fixed them in place. Heat rose in a charcoal pan. Heads warmed under a hood to steady draft. The smith tempered stems more softly so they flexed, not snapped. When red, the iron moved to the stand beside the ward hearth. Tongs clicked once on stone. The iron cooled to a quiet tone. Handles were fitted after metal work ended. Woodworkers shaped olive or boxwood grips with oval cross-sections. Oval sat steady in the hand and marked blade direction. A ferrule, a short metal ring, slid over the wood to prevent splits. The tang of the blade set into a drilled slot with a thin wedge. The fit stayed dry without glue so handles could be changed. For small knives, linen wraps covered the grip for clean texture. Needles and probes used full metal handles to allow heating when needed. Polishing began on a coarse stone to set the edge angle. The shop used emery for grinding and whetstone for finer work. Water kept stones cool and washed away the gray paste. The sound was a steady scrape that rose and fell with each pass. After the stone, the blade met a leather strop charged with fine powder. Strop, a strip of leather for edge finishing, removed the last small burr. The result was a narrow, bright line along the cutting edge. A test on rolled leather checked for clean, even bite. Files, rasps, and scrapers received careful teeth. A chisel made parallel grooves on the file blank before hardening. The pattern stayed even from heel to tip for predictable work. Dental files were smaller and took crosscuts for fine control. After hardening and temper, the surfaces were brushed with oil. Each file's face saw light pressure in use to avoid clogging. Pumice and vinegar cleaned teeth when metal dust built up. The tray kept files apart so edges did not dull each other. Sharpening guides protected angles set by the shop. A small brass wedge marked the correct lift for scalpel edges. Students learned to rest the spine on the wedge while stroking the stone. Short strokes reduced uneven wear and kept the tip in line. Forceps tips never touched a stone. They met only linen for polish. Hook saw no edge work beyond burr removal at the curve. Cautery heads stayed blunt and smooth for safe contact. Each tool kept the profile made at the forge. Rust control used simple, steady steps. Tools dried at once after washing to prevent spots. A thin coat of olive oil, sometimes mixed with beeswax, sealed the surface. Cloth rolls wrapped blades so they did not touch. Cedar boxes stored kits, since the wood scent discouraged pests. When a spot did appear, pumice and oil lifted it without harsh grinding. The shop logged any mark that reached an edge. A small stamp on the tang marked the month of last service. Simple tests checked quality before the tool left the room. Scalpel edges shaved a curl from soft reed without catching. Needles passed through folded linen without bending off line. Hooks lifted a weighted cord and held it without slip. Forceps gripped a tiny bead and set it down without drop. Cautery stems took a firm bend and returned to straight. If any piece failed, it returned to the stone or the fire. A wax tablet by the door recorded pass or return with a short mark. Cooperation between physician and smith stayed close and calm. The manual's drawings offered scale and shape for each instrument. The shop added notes based on metal behavior and daily wear. When a new need arose, the team cut a model from sheet brass. The model moved from bench to ward for quiet trials. Changes were small, one breadth narrower, one finger longer, less curve. After agreement, the design joined the standard list. The set then spread to nearby towns through copy notes. Supply routines kept the forge ready without rush. Charcoal makers delivered by cart on market days, measured by sack. Iron and steel bars came from local merchants in known sizes. Water jars stood near the door, lids on to keep dust out. Oil, wax, pumice, and emery lived in labeled pots on a shelf. A board listed remaining stones and cloth rolls by simple counts. When numbers fell low, a runner carried an order slip to the market. The flow held steady through the seasons. The workshop taught apprentices simple rules that matched the ward. Hot metal moved only in clear paths between forge, anvil, and quench. Finished tools traveled in trays, not hands, to avoid drops. Measures stayed in finger breadths and hand spans for shared language. Notes avoided long lines and kept to verbs and numbers. The day opened with maintenance, then forging, then finishing. Afternoon hours favored sharpening, polishing, and fitting handles. The room settled to quiet cleaning as lamps grew bright. Seasons shaped the timing, but not the order of work. Dry months needed more oiling to protect thin blades. Cold weeks slowed quench and called for warmer oil to soften shock. Windy days required tighter screens around the forge to hold heat. Summer light helped in the finishing room for fine inspection. The quench bowl moved to shade so oil did not thicken. A thin cloth hung over water jars to keep grit away. The shop adjusted calmly without changing standard steps. Repair extended tool life and saved steel. Nicks near a scalpel tip were ground back using a short guide. Bent forceps arms warmed and straightened with careful taps along the spine. Loose handles received new wedges or a fresh ferrule. Threads on detachable cautery heads saw a touch of oil and cloth. When a blade grew short, the shop marked it for ward teaching only. The ledger showed each repair with date, task, and time. This record kept replacement planning simple. Packaging made transport safe and quick for the ward. A linen roll with pockets held scalpels, hooks, and forceps. A narrow case carried needles and small files between felt layers. Cautery heads traveled in a padded box with a pin pouch. Handles rode in a separate bag to stay dry and clean. Each bag carried a tag with tool count and return date. At handover, a clerk ticked counts on a small slip. The slip returned with the kit for a calm, closed loop. Cleaning after use followed a set, short path. Warm water removed loose soil from metal and wood. Wine or vinegar wiped contact surfaces when safe for the piece. Tools dried on a rack with air moving gently under a vent. A cloth with a little oil finished the surface before packing. Linen wraps changed when damp and went to a wash basket. The shelf log gained a quiet note. Cleaned, oiled, returned. The cycle repeated after each ward round without change. Drawings from the manual remained open on a slanted stand. The instrument book showed pictured tools with brief lines beneath. Each picture carried a number to match the order note. The stand sat away from sparks and water, under a steady lamp. Pages turned with a dry whisper. A wooden bar held them flat. The shop copied worn pictures onto fresh paper when edges frayed. The result was the same shape, the same measure, the same calm words. Late in the day, the forge cooled and the bellows rested. Tongs lay flat on stone. The quench bowl settled to still water. The pegboard held hooks and clamps in neat rows by size. Cedar lids closed over the trays. The scent stayed faint and dry. A broom moved grit from the threshold into a pan. The door bar slid into place with a soft knock. The smithy kept its order for the next day's quiet work. The city faded to low steps along the lane. In the 12th century, Toledo stood as a working place for books. The city held Arabic, Latin, and Romance speech in close streets. Near the cathedral, rooms served scholars and copyists most days. Tables faced windows for light across the hours. Parchment bundles rested under weights to keep them flat. Ink pots stood with lids to hold a slow, even flow. Quills leaned in a clay cup beside a small penknife. When pages turned, parchment sheets lifted with a dry whisper. The air stayed cool, and lamps burned low oil when clouds passed. Manuscripts from Al-Andalus reached Toledo by careful hands. Traders, clergy, and visiting physicians brought copies of prized works. Some came wrapped in linen and tied with a narrow cord. Others traveled in small chests padded with wool. A steward logged arrivals on a wax tablet in brief lines. He named the work, the language, and the lending source. The exemplar, the master copy for copying, then moved to a safe shelf. There it waited for the team that would read and render its sense. The shelf stood away from damp, with cedar blocks for insects. Gerard of Cremona worked in Toledo during these years. He prepared Latin versions of important Arabic texts. His name appears in notes linked to Al-Zahrawi's manual. The goal was steady: make clear Latin that kept method and measure. He likely used assistants who knew both tongues well. Some read lines aloud in Arabic, others shaped Latin phrases. A clerk tracked hard words in a small glossary book. Work moved across the table in short, plain steps. The pace matched the path of a patient hand along a page. The writing kit stayed simple and firm. Quills were cut from goose feathers to a broad tip. The penknife sharpened edges and lifted stray fibers from parchment. Pounce, a powdered chalk to smooth the page, settled grain for clean lines. Black ink came from soot and gum. Red ink marked headings. A sheet of rough paper lay under the hand to keep skin oils away. A square of felt blotted slow pools before they spread. When a scribe paused, ink dried in cool air without smudge. The room sounded like a soft rustle and faint scratch. The Arabic copy of the Kitab al-Tasrif lay open on a stand. Its pages showed steady script and simple instrument drawings. Margins held short notes from earlier readers in brown ink. The Latin team set a blank quire, a folded set of sheets, near the stand. Ruling lines, drawn with a lead point, guided each new column. A first pass captured the sense sentence by sentence. A second pass shaped terms so they matched medical Latin in use. The aim was consistent names that signaled the same tool every time. Some words matched cleanly and moved without change. Others asked for choice and note. A curved cutting blade became a scalprum if small and fine. A cautery iron stayed as ferrum candens, with head shape in Latin. A ligature became ligatura, tied around a vessel as in the Arabic line. Where measures appeared, the team fixed a Latin unit and kept it. Weights and volumes stayed round for safe reading across schools. A brief note in the margin explained any switch once, then fell silent. Drawings received careful, faithful copy. A thin brush traced outlines in brown ink. Short labels named parts with small letters and even spacing. The copyist kept the same scale and finger widths across figures. If the Arabic figure filled one half page, the Latin did the same. A caption in red ink joined each picture to its paragraph. The picture and the line sat together so readers found both at once. The goal was a clear view of tool and step, without flourish. The page lay flat under a wood ruler as the ink dried. Correction followed a calm routine set by the room. If a line went wrong, rasura, a light scrape to erase ink, fixed it. The penknife lifted the layer. Pounce smoothed the thin scar. The right word then went over, slow and firm. A small sign in the margin, called a carré, pointed to added words. Another sign, shaped like a hook, marked a moved clause. A proofreader checked names, numbers, and list order. He tapped a stylus gently on errors and set a small cross. The scribe returned and closed each mark in turn, binding joined sheets into a safe, working book. Parchment gatherings sat in order on 2 cords. A binder stitched them with linen thread through spine holes. Wooden boards pressed the stack to keep a true shape. A leather cover wrapped the boards and turned in at the edges. A short strap and clasp met in the middle to hold the book shut. A title slip, in red and black, named the author and subject. The volume then lay on its spine so glue could set. The smell of hide and paste was faint and clean. From Toledo, copies traveled by road and river to schools. Messengers carried volumes in lined satchels tied to pack frames. Routes ran toward Leon, Compostela, and the Ebro towns. Other trunks crossed to the coast and sailed short legs. Farther trips moved toward Salerno, Montpellier, and Bologna. A letter inside each chest listed the contents and sender. A clerk kept a duplicate in Toledo with the date and route. When a chest reached its host, a note of receipt returned by courier. The loop held steady through slow seasons and busy fairs. In libraries, The Latin book met quiet shelves and steady hands. Cathedral rooms used chains for costly volumes at public desks. Schoolrooms kept them in cupboards behind the chair of a master. Catalogues wrote short lines, title, author, and the shelf mark. Next to the entry, a note might add, "with figures," or with red letters. Margins in these copies soon held small marks from classes. A line like ut supra pointed readers back to a tool list. A hand drew a small manicule, a pointing hand sign, beside a key step. Teachers used the Latin manual in regular, careful ways. A class might treat instruments for several weeks in late winter. The master opened to the chapter and traced the headings with chalk. Students copied lists into their own paper notebooks. The room stayed low in tone and focused on nouns and verbs. A file of tools wrapped in linen sat at the edge in view. When the period ended, pages closed, and the strap clasp clicked. Footfalls softened over stone as benches cleared for the next hour. The book also met small hospitals linked to schools. A clerk read method lines before patients arrived. The focus stayed on order: prepare, place, act, then bind. A second copy lived in a chest for ward use alone. This working book had thicker straps and a horn title slip. Its pages showed wear at tool lists and bandage steps. The scribe at Toledo expected such stress and set wide margins. Notes and small stains stayed there, while text lines remained safe. Over years, more copies left Toledo with calm speed. Translators adjusted some words as usage shifted. A new hand might favor cultellus for a small knife, not scalprum. Another might write ferrum justorium for a cautery iron. Yet the shape of the text held firm across the decades. Instrument figures stayed in the same places as before. List order changed little and still matched headings. The work's steady plan let these streams stay close together. Some copies gained short prefaces linked to Gerard of Cremona. The notes stated the labor of making sense between tongues. They thanked earlier Arabic scholars and listed subject parts. Preliminaries also named the number of books in the whole manual. A reader thus saw where surgery sat within a larger frame. The Latin line tied book to book so a student could move in order. This small care made use smooth in towns far from Cordoba and Toledo. Storage conditions shaped survival and use. Dry rooms with thick walls kept parchment flat in summer heat. In winter, braziers warmed the aisles and held off damp. Custodians aired volumes in weak sun to prevent mold. When a spine cracked, binders stitched broken cords with fresh thread. If a page tore near the inner fold, a thin strip patched it. Tool lists, often handled, received guards of stronger paper. The sound of pages under repair was a light rasp and hush. Travel sometimes added small scars that told the route. Corners blunted against a chest wall during long rides. Straps took new holes when leather stretched in humid ports. Title slips browned where fingers often pinched and lifted. These marks did not harm the text, which sat inside its frame. Colophons, closing notes by scribes, recorded place and year of copying. Some named Toledo, others named towns in Provence or Lombardy. Each colophon closed with a short blessing for readers and keepers. The Toledo team kept a spare exemplar safe for future runs. It stayed wrapped in linen and laid flat in a chest. A cedar chip and a folded list rested on top of it. The list named the gatherings and their opening words. When a working copy wore out, the exemplar fed new lines. Copyists avoided direct use by students to keep it clean. This practice protected the shapes and numbers of the figures. The same profiles returned to desks again and again. Latin readers adapted the manual to local kits. Some schools owned fewer cautery heads and more bandage forms. Teachers marked the margins with, "If none, use this," in brief Latin. Such notes did not change the core method. They showed quiet fit between book and bench. A binder might also add a pocket leaf for local measures. There a student could see weight and volume against common jars. The main text flowed on without strain. Correspondence linked Toledo with distant libraries. Letters reported missing quires or faint ink on figures. The Toledo clerk answered with offers to resend a gathering. Sometimes a small parcel carried a new drawing on fresh parchment. These exchanges kept copies aligned despite distance and years. The tone stayed courteous, slow, and plain. Wax seals on the letters held simple signs of the sender. The wax felt cool as it broke with a soft crack. By the century's end, the Latin version had a stable path. It sat on shelves in cathedral schools, city hospitals, and private rooms. Physicians used its lists to train steady hands and eyes. Smiths glanced at its figures to match a curve or tip. Librarians counted it in yearly audits beside other medical sets. The book's edges stayed smooth from careful hands and clean tables. Parchment sheets lifted with a dry whisper. Ink lines kept their calm. In the quiet rooms, oil lamps breathed faintly as pages lay open. Between the 12th and 15th centuries, schools organized medical reading with calm order. Lecture rooms stood near churches, hospitals, or market streets. Long benches faced a raised chair and a lectern. Light came from high windows and small lamps along walls. Floors were plaster or worn stone with a fine dust. When classes began, benches scraped lightly into place. A chain held prized books near the front desk. The room air smelled of oil, wood, and lime wash. A bell or hand clapper marked the hour and the start. The handbook, known from Arabic, reached readers under a Latin name. Teachers used it for instruments, steps, and care after procedures. Copies rested open on a sloped stand so lines stayed level. A teacher's pointer touched a margin mark to guide eyes along. Students held wax tablets, parchment leaves, or later paper slips. Quills scratched in small bursts, then paused to dry. Pages turned with a dry whisper under a steady hand. The pace stayed even, line by line and list by list. Books lived on shelves with simple signs and shelf marks. A keeper recorded loans in a small register by month. When a class began, the librarian brought the chained copy to the lectern. The leather cover clicked at the clasp and folded back. Red headings framed each part, while black letters carried main lines. Figures showed hooks, knives, and cautery heads in clean outlines. Captions matched the text, so shapes and words stayed together. Students compared tool names in the margin with the picture labels. The teaching routine followed a steady pattern in most places. First came reading of headings and short definitions. Next came the list of tools and how to set them out. After that, teachers read steps for common cases. The tone stayed clear and plain, with few flourishes. A glossary explained hard words in the side space. A gloss, a side note for hard words, kept terms consistent. When confusion risked error, the teacher underlined a line in red. The pointer touched the warning mark with a light tap. Instrument sections suited demonstration at a bench beside the chair. A wrapped roll opened to show a small selection. Hooks, forceps, scalpels, and needles lay on folded linen. Students watched spacing, grip, and order of pickup. The teacher held the tool and read the listed step again. A second assistant pointed at the figure on the open page. Linen swabs, strips, and bandages waited in a basket. The goal was a clean view and a gentle, limited hold. The book led the pace rather than the hand alone. Student notebooks formed a bridge between the large book and memory. Early students wrote on wax tablets and copied clean notes later. By the 14th century, more students used paper in quires. They wrote headings in red and main points in black. Lists of tools sat as short columns with clear spacing. Some notebooks added small figures traced from the master. A line at the bottom kept measures and safe cautery spots. The notebook then returned to a strap case and a shallow drawer. Dry reed mats rustled as cases slid under benches. Hospitals near schools adopted the same calm order. Ward rooms placed a table for books beside the door. A working copy stayed there with thicker straps and horn corners. Before care began, an assistant read tools and steps aloud. The list guided layout on a clean board near the bed. Another assistant checked bandages and prepared water, oil, and thread. The routine kept hands from searching during a task. At day's end, the book returned to its strap loop. A clerk recorded its condition in a small monthly list. Guild halls for surgeons and barbers also kept handbooks. Urban statutes named required texts for training and tests. Apprentices sat at long boards and traced figures on scrap paper. Masters tested grip, knot, and spacing with simple models. The handbook supported these sessions with brief, exact lines. Notes in the margins gave local tool names once, then stopped. A locked chest held the guild copy when meetings ended. Keys hung on a peg inside a modest office. The room's stillness carried faint wax and oiled metal. Circulation grew through copy shops near schools by the 14th century. Stationers rented exemplars by the quire for supervised copying. A clerk measured sheets and counted lines per page. Copyists ruled with lead, then wrote in compact, steady script. Headings in red and small initials marked sections for quick return. When a gathering finished, a proofreader checked tool words and numbers. Errors met a light scrape and new ink on the thin patch. Finished gatherings dried on cords, then passed to binders for boards and leather. Margins tell how classes used the book over long years. A hand drew small pointing signs next to fixed warnings. Another hand wrote vide figurum to match text and picture. A third hand marked local measurements, then fell silent. Dates appeared at term openings and closings in neat lines. Names of teachers and towns stayed brief and plain. The main body remained clear, with lines unbroken by heavy notes. The book balanced use and preservation without strain. Touch marks stayed at page edges where fingers turned. Paper became more common in the later centuries of this span. Sheets weighed less than parchment and took ink well. Scribes still ruled lines to keep columns straight. Figures copied with fine strokes and small labels. Costs fell enough to allow student ownership in some towns. Private copies showed more personal notes about schedules and kits. Even then, the core text stayed unchanged. Lists followed the same order as the older copies. Binders used pasteboard with leather spines and simple clasps. Some schools added brief schedules for winter and spring terms. Surgery topics clustered in weeks with longer daylight. Morning hours covered instruments and measures for clean rooms. Midday sessions treated bandages, splints, and checks by day. Afternoon time supported pharmacy recipes for support care. The handbook sat at the center for each block. Teachers placed ribbons to hold several places at once. A small sandglass helped keep periods even. When grains finished, the pointer tapped the board once. Examinations used the book as a stable frame for testing. Candidates opened to named sections and traced steps aloud. They identified figures and named head shapes for cautery. They tied sample ligatures on cords or cloth models. Examiners watched for order, spacing, and steady pressure. Marks rested on clear method rather than speed. Results entered a register with dates and simple comments. A seal pressed wax on the line to close the page. The room returned to quiet after the last door latch. Libraries cared for copies with regular checks and repairs. Custodians inspected clasps, cords, and boards each season. If spines cracked, binders restitched gatherings through the fold. Guard leaves protected common openings with thicker paper. Damp rooms gained raised shelves and bricks under chests. In winter, braziers warmed aisles to prevent warping. Catalogs listed the handbook between medical sets and herbals. Shelf marks kept location stable over long years. The air kept its cool hush around the rows. By the 15th century, some towns owned several copies. One stayed chained for public reading at a standing desk. Another served masters who trained apprentices in small groups. A third traveled between hospital wards in a leather satchel. Each copy bore signs of its path, edge wear, rubbed corners, or new straps. Yet figures remained sharp and headings clear in red. Page numbers appeared in small Roman forms at top corners. Readers could call sections quickly by book and chapter. The structure kept movement smooth. Late in this span, printing presses began to change supply. Metal type offered pages with even lines and uniform letters. Some surgical parts appeared in early printed sets near the century's end. Printed leaves carried woodcut figures that matched older outlines. Margins stayed wide for notes and local measures. Bindings used boards and calfskin with firm clasps. Printed sets did not erase copied books at once. For years, both forms stood together on the shelves. Teachers drew from whichever copy lay nearest and sound. Throughout these centuries, the book's method remained the quiet guide. Lists set out tools before tasks began. Figures fixed shapes so smiths and users matched edges. Lines linked steps with simple words and plain measures. Warnings stood in short phrases with small marks. The same calm style moved from room to room. Benches scraped lightly at each start, then settled. A teacher's pointer touched a margin mark and paused. Pages breathed a dry whisper under careful hands in steady light. Cordoba in the late 10th and early 11th centuries set a calm frame. River water moved under brick quays and low arches. Workshops and study rooms opened toward courtyards with lime-washed walls. Small lamps breathed faint oil beneath wooden rafters. Shelves held trays for instruments and jars for linen. A low chest stored rolls of notes and copied headings. The craft formed here used planned steps, careful hands, and clear records. This steady order shaped how surgery became a method, not a trial. The method began before any blade left its wrap. A list named the task, the tools, and the order of moves. A clean surface held linen, pads, clamps, and thread. A bowl of water and a small oil cup stood nearby. Assistants checked spacing, light, and the line of approach. A short pause fixed the plan again in plain words. Notes repeated key warnings in the margin for quick return. The tone remained even so work matched words without haste. The scalpel anchored this craft with precise design. Descriptions from the period stressed balance and grip. The edge was narrow, with a smooth, tested line. Users practiced short, planned strokes rather than long sweeps. Edges met leather for testing with light, even pressure. Metal rang lightly on a tray before work began. After use, the blade met a stone and oiled cloth. A rule of clean rewrapping protected edges and kept sets complete. Simple care made the next task smooth and predictable. Thread and needle closed what the blade first opened. Curved needles passed with small arcs and steady depth. Absorbable thread supported healing and then dissolved in time. A ligature, a tied thread around a vessel, sealed flow with a single knot. Stitches sat at even spacing, neither tight nor slack. Each line followed the shape of layers beneath the surface. A short note near the heading recorded count and placement. Waxed thread moved through tissue models with a muted rasp. The kit then returned to a folded cloth and labeled tray. Heat appeared with strict limits through cautery irons. Cautery, a heated iron used to sear tissue, came in measured sizes. Charcoal glowed with a low red breath in a small brazier. Tongs clicked once on stone before the iron reached its stand. The text marked safe points and distances in clear lines. The iron touched for brief moments and then withdrew. A damp pad waited nearby to cool and cover. Care after heat included oil, linen, and a simple rest. Ashes fell softly when embers settled at the end. When bones needed support, splints and gypsum gave stable shape. The instructions said alignment first, then padding for pressure points. Mortar tapped in a bowl while gypsum mixed with water. Wetted wraps cooled the skin and took shape in layers. Checks followed by day to watch edges and color. If swelling rose, bands loosened and pads changed. A small slate board carried the schedule for visits. Splints cleaned and dried in covered shade between uses. The air kept a faint mineral scent from the setting mix. Control depended on gentle hold as well as sharp cut. Hooks, forceps, and retractors worked with limited pressure. Fine teeth met metal with a tiny snap, then rested on linen. The written method asked for a clear view before any move. One tool held, another guided, and a third completed a step. Hands stayed low, and grips shifted only when needed. Linen strips protected edges where tools touched. Afterward, cotton or wool padding rested under clean bandage. The bench surface returned to clear order once more. Pharmacy supported surgery with simple measured recipes. The bench held scales, spoons, and glazed jars. A pestle turned in a mortar with a round, slow rhythm. Aromatics, resins, and minerals met in set proportions. Ointments softened skin, guarded edges, and eased dressings. Astringent waters prepared areas when noted. Labels recorded contents and the month of making. Shelves arranged jars by form, powders, salves, and oils. The room smelled of cedar boxes, wax, and ground spice. Records preserved what hands had done and planned to do. Paper sheets lay burnished for smooth writing. A reed or quill-shaped letters in a clear, upright hand. Headings stood in red, and main lines in black. Figures showed tools with labels for size and use. The first page named the task, place, and date. The margin kept warnings, measures, and brief alternatives. When a case returned for checks, a short line marked the day. The notebook closed with a cord and slipped into a flat case. Students learned by steady reading and supervised tasks. Case notes served as models for tone and order. Pupils copied headings, measures, and cautions onto ruled pages. Teachers asked for steps in sequence with tools set out. Models included tissue substitutes and cord knots. Mistakes met a calm correction, then a repeat with care. Day by day, the same phrases formed familiar paths. The classrooms kept low talk and slow practice. Reed mats rustled as tablets and pages changed hands along the bench. Instruments came from the smithy with planned qualities. Instructions named steels, tempers, and polishing stones. Bellows hissed as charcoal brightened in the small hearth. Heat hardened a blade, then a quench bowl clicked once. Files shaped edges, and stones set the final line. Polishing left a clean surface that resisted staining. Handles matched the hand with ridges for safe hold. A blade length often reached a cubit, about half a meter, for forging, then shortened. Finished pieces rested on linen inside a cedar drawer. Care of rooms kept method safe and repeatable. Floors were swept, then dampened to hold dust near ground. Water jars stood full beside ewers and bowls. Linen dried on cords in the shade with gentle air. Lamps were trimmed so wicks burned with low hiss. Doors opened to courtyards where light stayed even. A chest kept spare thread, bandage, and padding. The same chest stored wax for tools and the seal of the notes. Small keys hung on a peg where hands could find them. The method then moved outward and onward through copies. Latin versions from Toledo appeared in the 12th century. Gerard of Cremona prepared translations that reached schools and libraries. Parchment sheets lifted with a dry whisper in cool rooms. Scribes compared Arabic terms with Latin tool names. Figures crossed with the text to keep shape and meaning together. Reading halls held chained copies at standing desks. Teachers touched margin marks with a light pointer. The cadence of lists and cautions stayed unchanged. Centuries of classrooms reinforced the same steady shape. Benches scraped lightly before each session began. A lesson opened with tools and their order on linen. Steps followed in short lines with plain connectors. Aftercare arrived as a clean list with supplies and time checks. Examinations tested sequence, grip, and spacing. Notes moved to registers with seals and simple comments. Shelves stored copies with shelf marks for quick return. The craft kept its pace regardless of town or season. In quiet homes and hospitals, the same habits endured. A tray met its check at dawn with water and cloth. Hinges sighed as cupboards opened for jars and bandages. A small board recorded tasks for the day and watch times. Assistants laid the room before the first knock sounded. When work finished, instruments returned to their wraps. Oil touched hinges, and ashes cooled in the brazier. The room held its order for the next day's list. The soundscape settled to wall clock and distant street. The river beside Cordoba kept its low, constant hush. Brick keys caught lamplight in even lines. Tool metal, linen, and paper formed a shared language. It was a language of lists, figures, and measured moves. It joined the smithy's edge, the pharmacy bench, and the classroom desk. It linked the raised lectern and the quiet patient room. The result was a craft built on method rather than impulse. Calm rules and clear instruments remained a model for care. The memory stayed steady along the river flats. This legacy did not depend on one star moment. It rested on many small controls held day after day. It asked for a plan, a checked kit, and recorded steps. It set gentle limits on pressure, heat, and time. It cared for edges, cloth, and light as part of treatment. It kept figures close to words, so sight matched speech. It favored short phrases and warnings in the margin. It taught through cases, models, and repeated moves. It trusted careful tools and written steps to form a standard. The scene returns to the riverbanks near the old workshops. Lamps glow near doorways with wicks trimmed low. Paper edges lift and settle with a soft rustle. A smithy farther off gives faint, spaced hammer taps. The air carries cool traces from water and stone. Inside, a tray rests with tools in quiet rows. Notes lie open to headings that hold simple lines. The room keeps its breath without rush in the still evening. The sense of method holds as the sounds continue. Page rustle, river hush, and distant hammer taps continue for about 1 to 2 minutes. The lamps keep their low flame as the benches wait. The river glides beyond the brick keys without change. The quench bowl cools, the mortar rests, and the pointer lies flat The method remains present in the space between these sounds. The craft stays ordered across tools, notes, and measured hands. The city's memory holds them with calm, steady care. The night deepens, and the quiet pattern remains.